Monday, I'm guessing?
I don't think he's actually live.
Oh, thank God. I was about to.
Darn it.
What?
So
Damn
they missed the opening part of my song.
Oh, did they hear me saying how they were their Mondays?
Yes, they heard that.
Oh,
They also heard your existential dread.
oh.
Ah,
Hmm.
excuse me.
Oh, I want to go. I had dinner and probably show up and stream.
Probably.
Yeah, I'm playing metaphor. Either I get distracted and eat food, and/or just fall asleep.
See.
Hmm.
By you, sir.
Saying, and he was never heard of from ever again.
Can't believe he did that.
Poor soul.
How's chat? Probably helpful. Turn them on.
Wow.
I don't like listening to my own voice.
SMH, Bob doesn't like his own voice.
Welcome back. Because the Rin daily Rin one does not post any Rin whatsoever. Oh, oh, they're like, well, the thing is, those things are run by bots, and the bot probably got mixed up. And goodbye, have fun.
Again!
Hello. How's it going, everyone? Yeah, so I was just telling Bob, I unfortunately had to go to the bathroom real quick here before stream, and it was not a pleasant experience. But I was sitting there and I was like, oh hey, look, this is a post on like FGO's Twitter, and the account is named Arc Daily, so like Arcuid Daily, right? But then the actual name and icon for the account is Janu. And then the like meme that they posted was a meme that says my wife, and it was Ishtar. And I'm like, make up your fucking mind. Holy shit. like pick one. Holy crap. Okay. My weekend was pretty good. We actually streamed both weekend days, so you could have been there. But no, I think I did see you. We got some stuff done. I definitely need to like make more productiveness out of my weekend, but it's kind of rough on the weekends that I work. Okay. Sorry, chat. I got delayed, which is wild because I actually like started setting up on time and everything. Excuse me. Crud. Where was the link for that? Okay, the tweet is live. Do me the favor, go give that some love. And then we got to grab something over here. So today is Monday to everyone? Yes, today is in fact Monday. I have a case of the Mondays. Oh, I'm actually surprised that wasn't lagging out my computer. Holy cow. I had something open that I did not realize that I had opened. Let me reboot the bot real quick and grab you guys the sauce, and we're good to go. Hello, Marcos. Hello, Yugi. Am I gonna roll JP today? No, I think I'll hold off. I don't think Komachi's a bad unit, but I basically I actually don't really care much for the third ascension, and I kind of have just decided that I have so much crap I gotta spend the rest of the year that it's probably a good idea for me not to spend here. Did I change the title? Yes. Did you refresh the stream? Okay, the bot is back online. Should be good to go. Hello, everybody. How's it going? Sorry, had to get the plug. Here is today's artwork. Do me the favor, just like with the stream tweet, go give the artist some love here. Hope everyone's doing well. Well, I'm glad you're early because I'm not. I'm late. Okay. There we go. Valentine's is near as always. I actually haven't done any Valentines on JP, which is kind of wild. God, I had more stuff to open than I thought. Shortcake, thank you for the 17. Appreciate it. Hope you're having a good week already. Are you sure you're late or are you too early, Kat? I don't know. Did you refresh the stream title? Oh, I fucked this up. Wait, did I fuck it up? Hold on. It doesn't matter. I'm fine. I thought I fucked it up, but I didn't fuck it up. Okay. Time to unmod myself. Got him. Realized I gotta skip everything like Kentucky and Draco if I want a shot at getting her. Only started in October, so I need an Umdi Looper. I think it's not imperative to get one, but I do think it makes the farming easier and it actually helps you a little bit. But I wouldn't sit there and go oh my god, if I don't get her, I'm toast or I'm cooked. And frankly speaking, you don't have to get her to an MP3 either. So I think a little bit you'll be fine one way or the other. Sorry, spilled some of the sauce. Hello, Aniko. Okay, what do you think about the upcoming Yakuza game? You're talking about the pirate game? I think it comes out the exact same day as Monster Hunter Wild, so I'm probably not going to pick it up at first, but that game does look hella fun. I'm not going to lie. The fact that they basically did the Black Flag formula better than Black Flag did is kind of nuts. Well, better than Ubisoft did, I think is the better way to say it. I guess I'll take the MLB bronze from this person. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't even like... By the way, chat, preview of Ace Gear. It wasn't even like that Black Flag was bad. It was what was the game that they just came out with last year, chat? The one that everyone memed was the like quadruple A game. Skull and Bones, was that the name of it? Yeah, so like that one was like so just awful with how they like did it. I'm really surprised that they thought that was a good idea. Yeah, I was watching Zephyr play it because he like a couple of us were interested and he got access to like one of their like open betas or something like that. Sorry, I don't think it was open. I think it was still like invite only, so I think it was like semi-closed. But he got access and he was playing it, and the whole time we were all watching, we were just like, God, this just looks bad. Like, there was no ship-to-ship combat in the sense of like you couldn't like board the enemy ship. You didn't really have a player character you could control unless you disembarked your ship. And I'm like, I'm sorry, but that is an expectation. You could even make an argument that says like, oh, well, maybe that's not necessarily an expectation since they were moving from Black Flag to a big like open world game. Fair. Problem is, who's your competitor? Sea of Thieves. And Sea of Thieves has that. So the fact that you don't have that in your game means you're already worse than the already available and popular competition. Like, that was just an immediate, like, non-starter to me, and I just don't understand why they thought that had any hope of success. Like, I could see maybe like automating some of the process and stuff, but yeah, to me it was just really, really a bad look for them. I also saw apparently, and like this is kind of insulting, right? But like, I saw that they basically came out and said like, oh, if you don't like Yasuke, you don't have to play as Yasuke in Assassin's Creed Shadows. And I'm like, so you're basically making the claim that everyone that doesn't want to play as Yasuke is just a racist. And I'm like, okay, cool. Like, yeah, I mean, I'm sure there are some people out there like that, but like, have you ever considered that maybe you just chose the wrong person for the role? That like, maybe you should have gotten somebody else that's actually like fits the time period better? Like, Yasuke could have been a character, but the fact that you made that the main character is like, okay, cool. You're literally asking for controversy, right? And it's really funny, too, because I was reading some comments about that announcement where people were reacting to it, and they were saying, like, apparently the gameplay that's already been shown from some of the reviewers, I guess, like, Yasuke can't, like, do most of the assassination things. Like, he can't climb walls or, like he's basically just a bruiser, and that's it. So it's like then he doesn't actually work at that point if you're saying that we can just play what is it, Naoe or whatever her name is the entire time. Like it already sounds like it's just a bad experience. I hate that somehow being a black MC is somehow controversial in this day and age. Well, you see people all the time that are like, oh, like it's a female character and it's bad. And it's like, I don't listen to those people, but I also think like we can't just delegitimize any criticism based purely off race, based purely off gender and stuff like that. And it's like to me, it's just an incredibly like tone deaf and stupid choice to make him the main character of that game. It's like, if you wanted to include him, I actually think that would be a really cool idea from the standpoint of he's a character that history doesn't know very much about. So having him be like one of the assassins or like an informant or something would have worked. But the fact remains, if you go back through all the other Assassin's Creed games, the main character is usually somebody that literally is endemic to the region. It is one of the like people that the Templars are trying to exploit, right? That's usually why they are one of those people. And so when they made this choice, I can't look at it as anything other than trying to be avant-garde, trying to stand out from Ghost of Tsushima, and trying to be like, well, fine, but if we're gonna do a Japanese game, we have to put our own mark on it in a frankly like disrespectful way. And so I look at that and I go like, to me, the controversy isn't that he's black. The controversy is who they chose and their reason for choosing it. That's the controversy. It's like if they want to make an Assassin's Creed set a little bit more in like a region where that would be perfectly fine to have him as the main character, I think that is okay. And like I say, him, it wouldn't be Yasuke at that point. But I think like, yeah, you could easily do this, and I don't think people would really have any issue with it. I think one of the problems that they have is that Assassin's Creed does always sit there and try to hold itself up as historically accurate as possible, and then they do crap like that and you go like, that's not historically accurate at all. And then they've had major blunders in releasing stuff for the game where it's shown that not only were they not historically accurate, they were downright disrespectful with how they managed to go about it. So Ubisoft's in a real like bad way right now. Neo 2 had Yasuke as an optional side boss, and that was fair. I didn't even realize. But yeah, like I think it's like it's fine to include him as a character. I don't see any problem with that. My only problem is that you tried to force him into the main character role. And not because he's black, but just because it's not really that sensical to make him the main character. As opposed to, again, like if you go to a different part of the world where that would make sense, I don't think there's any problem with it. Like, it's not about his race to me. Yeah, supposedly, Ahado. And that's what I was reading, and I'm like, if that's the case, that is like the worst designed main character for the series ever. Because even if you go to like Valhalla, where it's like, oh, it's a Viking game. Yeah, you're playing as a Viking, but the main character can still do all the parkour assassin stuff. So it's really weird if they designed him not to be at that point. Like, I guess I get it, but I don't at the same time. It breaks the cardinal rule of Assassin's Creed that you don't play as a real person. Yeah, that too. Like, they've always made the main character ahistorical. To my knowledge, this is the very first time that they are actually a known historical person. And chat can correct me if I'm wrong, because I haven't played every Assassin's Creed game, but I feel like that's the case. Loving LB2, the story writing has improved so much. Story writing should have improved for you like all the way back in like Camelot. Really, technically America, but someone who is of the culture between the two. Yeah. Like, I don't know. I think that's like, listen, they knew there was going to be a problem because that's exactly why it's a dual character one and why Naoe is in there. So they did this on purpose, right? Like, they knew they couldn't just get away with Yasuke being the MC, that if they did that, there would be problems. Now, they've done dual main characters before, but again, someone correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the only time they did it was Syndicate, which was the British one where it was the twins. I think Kenway was real too. I don't remember if Kenway is actually real or not. It may be just like a name, right? Let's see. It's Edward Kenway. No, Edward Kenway is not real. So they completely made that one up. Hello, but yeah, like, I don't know. To me, that game is probably going to have a lot of problems. We'll see. Maybe it'll be like perfectly fine in the end, but I don't know. It could just be people making mountains out of molehills, but the fact that Ubisoft has to come out and basically say stuff like, hey, you don't have to play as Yasuke if you don't want to, is like, it tells me they're desperate. Like, they're trying their damnedest to try and counteract all the negative publicity this game has gotten. Yeah. All the games have, like, real historical people from the time period. People would accept the Black MC if the setting was right. Saying the players wouldn't is kind of fucked up. Yeah, I completely agree with that. And I'm also going to say it's a rather, like, poor decision given the state of, like, the state of relations between multiple countries right now. Like, particularly Johnny Somali and the like. Obviously, we can't hold every single person to that standard, but I do know that, like, a lot of the Japanese people have brought this up. That, like, wait, so you're going to have a person of another race going around beating up Japanese people, and they're like, what the heck? AC Origins has black MCs. I mean, it's more like Egyptian, but sure. Like, I feel like you could say that that's close, at least. Like, I don't know that it's every modern AC is dual protag, at least as far as I checked. No, like, you get a choice between male or female, but you never see the, like, other protagonist. At least not as far as I remember. Like, I know Origins and yeah, literally Origins through Valhalla are all that way. I'd like to see an AC set in the 20th century. Could be cool. Might get a little touchy, but, like, I think that'd be an interesting idea. Smalley ruined it for a lot of tourists in Asia. Oh, yeah, he did. But yeah, it's like, again, I don't think you can sit there and say, like, oh, every single person is Johnny Somali, but, like, it definitely is. It's kind of like reopening an old wound when people see that stuff. Yasuke is an actual historical figure, though. Yeah, that's why this one's weird. It is kind of a departure from what they've normally done with the main characters. So, like I said, I think they wanted to do something different. I think they looked at it and they said, hey, what if we did Yasuke? And I think, like, that idea got floated around, and then they went with it, even though it was a departure from, like, pretty much every other norm that they've ever done. And we'll see if it works out for them. Like, I'm going to say this. No matter how much backlash that game has, Assassin's Creed is a huge franchise. So, like, that game will still probably sell well. The question is, will it sell well enough to meet, like, their actual goals? Kind of like we saw with, like, Veilguard. Veilguard actually still sold okay. It wasn't enough. Like, it was profitable, but, like, not enough to really, like, be worth the cost for the developers and all the time that they spent. Rainbow drop indeed. There we go. Actually, let me go check. Because I think it's my second drop. Yasuke was said to be at several events. Yeah, I mean, I think that's like what the game is going to cover, because I think like Nobunaga is confirmed to be in the game. So like, I suspect that's what's going on, but we'll see, right? Like, I think that's what they're going to try to do, is they're going to try to weave in like the Assassin's Creed story within the Sengoku Jidai, which I'll be honest, that sounds cool. That sounds like that could be a really interesting thing. Like, I'm not 100% on like hating the game and it being like some dog trash thing. I think they just made a really stupid decision that caused a lot of controversy. And then they've kind of doubled and tripled down, then apologized, and then done more stupid stuff. So it's like they've created a monster of their own making at this point. Was it a loss? I didn't think it was. I just really don't like the modern ones, hoping Shadows will change my mind. I'm okay with like the RPG-esque mechanics. I gotta be honest, okay? Having played the old Assassin's Creed, having played the newer Assassin's Creed, I prefer the newer ones more. With a caveat, okay? The reason that I prefer the newer ones more is because they do actually give you way more to do out in the world, and it doesn't feel like such a hollow, lifeless experience for me. I basically never wanted to replay any of the Assassin's Creeds because there wasn't really any agency on behalf of the player. It was just how you killed someone. And once you had done the playthrough, you had kind of done it, right? Out there in the world, all there was like in the first couple games was just like, oh, here's a like token thing you need to collect for collection's sake, and it didn't really do anything. So I actually thought, like, while the base gameplay and story of the originals were good, that the like external stuff just almost served no purpose, and the game could have actually just been a completely like linear theme park experience if they wanted it to be. So in that regard, I like the newer ones, but I do feel like the newer ones have gotten to the point that there's over bloat. They actually just add way too much stuff, and it's now gone to like the polar opposite. So if the originals were kind of bad because they didn't have a lot in them, the newer ones are kind of bad because they have too much crap in them that doesn't really matter, and it's just repetitive. Yeah, I completely understand that, Age. Well, I know Veilguard underperformed. Like I said, it caused them to close down the main BioWare studio, which is oof in a lot of ways. Like, I don't think people realize that, but BioWare started in Edmonton. That is their main original office. You don't close down the main original office usually for a good reason. Like, there's a lot of history there, and that all just got flushed down the toilet. Let's go check. Huh? Wait, I only have 4? Hold on, chat. Okay, there's 5. That's all older. Okay, so is it just that there's more in the ladder? There's not one in this one. Bro, what? What? Yeah, and then those are the Valentines. So it's not till 1.8 million. Good God. So I haven't, like I said, I haven't used my Valentines on like anyone right now in JP. That's the same as NA's point ladder. See, it's really funny because I often think now how they're doing events when they have like a seasonal one like this is they dust off the files for the old like event for NA. And while they do that, they go, we need to do something for JP. And then they like kind of just copy the same formula. Like they change it a little bit, but I really do feel like certain things like, oh, the ladder rewards, let's copy that. And we'll just implant the new versions of things that need to be in there. Maybe swap one or two things around. Yeah, it feels like they have presets and templates, because you'll also notice whenever they come out with like new units. Oh, whoops. Wait, no, not calculator. Hold on. You'll also notice that like when they come out with new units, like unit number 1 will have like a BAAQQ deck with like, I don't know, like 2, 3, 3, 4 hits, right? And then unit number 2 will literally have the exact same deck. And you sit there and you go like, but these are like completely different units. Why? Like in some cases they're completely different classes too, and you're like, hold on, that can't be a coincidence that one unit released after the other has the exact same deck, the exact same hit counts. And then like you'll look and it's like, oh, in some cases the NP gain has been the same, in some cases like again like one of the stats ends up being the same. So it's really like, it feels like they literally just go copy paste and then change what they need to change. It's also funny Lartray has another banner again. Oh, is it the Lancers on raid up right now? That's funny. Well, crud. I mean, I guess I could MLB this, but I don't really have a lot of drops to actually help. Like, I don't have very many craft essences for the event. Like, I have the old 10% Cs, but I'm not sure that's really a net worth, because these are, what, 30% non-MLB? Yeah, 30%, and then I assume it's 50% at MLB. At least swap a ticket for a CE so we get the points faster. I mean, it is what it is. It's getting harder to do JP events on NetAP now. I think that's kind of by design, but I also think that it's not impossible. They just realized they had gotten lax with it. And then they also they increased the rewards, because I think they looked at that and they said like, we kind of need to. Like, if we don't increase the rewards, there's going to be problems. I don't think points are an issue for V-Day events. Well, they won't be on NA because we have the point nodes, but JP doesn't have the point nodes, so I need to probably pay a lot closer attention to it on JP. Because I didn't sit on the point node exclusively prior to this node coming out. How much damage am I doing? I wonder if I can get rid of the Black Grail here. That's 363. That'd be spicy without Black Grail. Wave 1 would definitely be fine, but That's 3.5 mil. That might be spicy too. I mean, I can try it without. The node is 312. Okay. Why don't we try it? I feel like the game. Still haven't gotten the MLB copy? Nope. JP just refuses to give it to me, despite all the rolling I've done now. I'd prefer not MLB of the bronze. Because bronze is the one that I'm going to farm the easiest, so I actually need like gold or silver. There's a single silver. Actually, I probably need to just do this. Well, that was a great draw. Take MLB points. I'm doing pretty good, Cody. How are you? Can Rash Habitrot handle it? Habitrot definitely can't because it's assassins, but it could be a little bit rough for a Rash without like hard buffing him. Two battle nodes are way more fun than 3 battle nodes in 90 plus plus because it adds way more leeway. Kind of. In a weird way, what a 2-wave node does is it actually hurts units that scale off of triple stacking and overcharge buff. So, like a Melisyn, a Space Ishtar, like those types of units don't get like as many turns to ramp up. And so they're not as strong for a 3rd wave. But I do think that like, yeah, like because you know you have at least like a little bit more wiggle room there, you're naturally going to like try and come up with different compositions for it. Some characters need MLB Black Grail rather than just Black Grail in general. That's more just a damage thing. Like the difference between MLB and just normal Black Grail is still pretty significant. But I thought I accidentally hit go in. Let's try with one. We'll see. Yeah, the weird part for me is like giving people the Valentines serves no purpose other than like faster bond. And I kind of like, I just don't care as much in a weird way. Because you can see charge is not the issue with this composition. Like right now, I'm actually wasting 50% charge due to the craft essence. And see, it's a 74k assassin in the middle, and that's kind of rough, I think, for a Rash. 74k neutral is going to be bad for him. Do bond Cs factor into how much bond you get from using teapots, or does it just rely on base value? I believe it relies purely on base value, so it is just an additive addition to it. because that would get kind of insane. All right, so this will be a test, and again, I didn't get any ace cards. What the heck? I don't think she clears this. That's just a bad card draw. And none of the stars got soaked her. Let's go ahead and pop it. See what happens. Our costume for the event would basically be a Gordolf skin. Yes. We love yapping without knowing what we're yapping about. Listen, I normally with chat, I have to like keep like several different conversations going at the same time. So I'm just kind of used to it. But I also sometimes just completely lose the entire train of thought and go like, I don't know what we're even talking about anymore. Okay, this is actually good enough to tell me like how bad wave 2 is here, or sorry, wave 3 is here. Let's see. Because this will for sure kill. But I'm going to be curious to see how much carding power it actually takes. Okay. Never mind, we're Gucci. What MP level is my ASK? My ASK is 102 and NP3. And that is actually more coins. So hold on. Like in a weird way, giving her the Buster chocolate like doesn't actually help me from the standpoint of like, you guys saw I did it without Black Grail, and I'm not actually like needing it. You're gonna go for MP5 when she comes back around? I'm thinking about it. How do I use the chocolate that allows a unit to start on 100% on an A? You basically go in and you go to the Valentine's things. You find their chocolate in here, and then like you basically say which chocolate you wish to use. If that makes sense. It's a mental health check. Hello? Bro, these driver failures. Oh my god, it hard bricked the webcam chat. Dude, I fucking hate this stuff. There is no excuse for this. Like everything working 1 second and then the next second it's just completely gone. Give me a second, chat. I gotta go crawling under my desk basically and unplug the camera and see if that'll get it working. I have to figure out which one of these wires is Okay, looks like that got it working. Ah. Oh my god, why is this song so loud compared to the others? Okay. So the camera's dead? No. I just needed to do that. I had to get out from under my desk, so I turned it back off again real fast. I didn't think chat wanted to see me like contort my way out like some sort of horror movie thing. Because again, I'm a big dude. It is not easy for me to fit underneath there. Plus, I have the green screen behind me, so like I don't actually have like that much room to actually push my my chair back. Okay. All right, that should have fixed the camera. Dude, yeah, I'm pretty positive that this is this is freaking hilarious. I'm pretty positive that this is my GoXLR is dying. And just oh, whoops. That was a video. And I'm on their Discord. I have seen this. They basically updated. So if you guys are unaware, right, the GoXLR is made by TC Helicon. And it's an okay product. Like I actually think it's a really good product from the sense that it's a mixer that's made for streamers. However, it's an expensive item. We paid hundreds of dollars for it. And they have basically announced like all the way back in 2023 that they were going to stop supporting it. And now apparently there was another round of layoffs. Because what they had resolved to do is they basically laid off like half the people. And they said half the people can stay and they're going to work with what's the terminology that they use in here? They're big brains, okay? Big brains, allow me to translate this for you. Volunteer coders that are helping them fix the product. So half the people are employed, half the people are doing it just to keep the product alive. And they now fired the half that were working on it. So the only people that are keeping it alive now are the actual like unpaid coders that were volunteering. And like it's not going to get any firmware updates or anything like that. This thing's just going to keep getting worse. It's going to keep not working. It's going to keep having driver failure. And I know it's the mixer because it is always certain things that are happening. And so it's like, it's killing me every time. There's just nothing I can do. Age old, turn it off and turn it back on again. Yeah, I really need them to not like I need this to stop happening. It'd be cool if they open source it. Not going to happen though. I think it kind of reasonably is to an extent, but it's just it's a project that nobody really wants to do because it's the firmware for it. He's back. Yes, I'm back. I knew someone who would audibly curse Bill Gates whenever his computer crashed. I mean, that's like, I guess it's like cursing God, right? Like, for creating you. Missionaries in a foreign field. For some reason I can't explain. I know St. Peter won't call my name. Wrong verse. That was when I ruled the world. Bum bum ba-dum bum bum ba-dum bum. I've never heard of GoXLR or what it is, even aside from what Cad just said. assuming there's a decent alternative. So it's really funny that you say that, because what makes this mixer good is that it's made for streamers. Audio mixers are normally extremely elaborate. Like, we're talking like these are dudes in like sound booths using them, right? So yeah, it's a little bit over most people's heads. But the GoXLR was a nice product for years because it was made for streamers and it was simplified so that it was like dumbed down for anybody and our needs. And that's what made it nice. Thankfully, you're right. Since then, there has now gotten to be some competition. But at first, there really wasn't. It was the like most like usable mixer basically for streamers for a while. Thankfully, I think like Elgato and a couple of the others have come out with like alternatives to it. Students cursing Newton every physics exam. That's right. How dare he? But so it's like, yeah, I've had the GoXLR for years. It served me well, but this cannot keep happening. That being said, it's not just the GoXLR that breaks. Like, when that happens, breaks my camera, it bricks my Stream Deck. So I'm wondering if it's like it can't handle how many like USBs I have plugged in or something. But I have a sneaking suspicion that it is the GoXLR that is the root of it all. The Elgato one's pretty nice. Last I checked, Elgato only had a simplistic like one channel one, which I can't use. I actually do have to have a little bit more robust, but I can definitely look into it. But again, like, I don't know. It may be it's not the mixer. It's just I have no way of like actually troubleshooting this one, because it is some sort of driver failure. And I know it's driver failure because when it happens, you hear the disconnect sound, like in my headphones. And then like everything just starts going down in rapid succession. So it may be the motherboard or something for all I know. But that's not a good alternative either then. Because if it's the MOBO, then the brain of the computer is having issues. Dun, 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 dun. For studio, we use the professional stuff, yeah. I had a nightmare trying to troubleshoot what the issue is. Yeah, I've gotten used to it as a streamer. Normally, like, I've gotten pretty good at troubleshooting stuff. And my gut is telling me it's the mixer that's the problem here, but I may be wrong. Like, without being an IT person myself, without being able to, like, run some sort of, like, diagnostic or log, I could not tell you what's actually happening. I think FGO is going to go the distance. I really do. I think they know. So, like, if we go back in time, okay? Y'all remember COVID came out, and I know this is a wild realization, but COVID was 5 years ago. I know that's insane, okay? But 5 years ago, COVID was out, and they had to cancel the Tokyo Dome and their reservation that they had for that. So that really cost them. And I think they really like that year 5 was like FGO at its zenith. They really, really wanted to like absolutely like go wild with it. I think COVID and like the anniversary plans getting ruined hurt this game so much. I think it really set them back. Whether people realize it or not. because I think they were already having some issues as of year 4. Sakura Wars and its whole debacle didn't help. And then they were just kind of having some struggles behind the scenes internally where I think they were a little bit behind on stuff. And then COVID made them more behind, and rainbow drop here. And the anniversary getting canceled and jumbling all of their plans really hurt them as well. So I think like they went from like, oh my god, we're reaching the peak, to like they were climbing Everest and they fell off. That's basically what happened. So it's like it's a feels bad man moment, because the game just couldn't seem to catch a break there for a couple of years. COVID just hurt everything. See, this is interesting you say that, though, right? I have an argument to make, and chat can tell me whether or not I'm wrong. Here's my claim. COVID hurt FGO more than any other gacha game. Prove me wrong. Oh, I'll say any other major gacha game. For all I know, it made some other one close down, right? Like, I won't, because it did. Yeah. This is like, while I agree that COVID kind of hurt everyone, the thing I noticed, most other major gacha games didn't really skip a beat. I think the only thing that I can remember from COVID era gacha news that wasn't like FGO related, I remember, I think it was like, was it Azure Lane chat? Or was it like Arc Knights, where they had to release characters that weren't voiced yet. But so it's like they still kept the content pace up. Only FGO really struggled content pacing wise. It's super unique. Yeah, I agree. And that's why I'm saying, like, I think this was a thing. I'd argue Dokkan was hurt just as bad. Okay, so give me the argument for it. Like how was Dokkan hurt? Because like the big thing we can all point to with FGO is, besides the more intangible, they fell behind and the schedule got delayed, was literally the canceling of the entire like 5th anniversary celebration, and they had to completely like repurpose that. Genshin was stuck on a banner for a whole month because of COVID. Yeah, I do remember that. That is a good point. I do remember Genshin having at least one hiccup. And that hiccup was a bad one. I remember mocking Genshin for it because I thought it was pretty stupid of them. But if I remember correctly, that was, I think that got blamed on COVID, but there was some sort of like issue where this was actually more of a like operator error on behalf of the devs. Wasn't it like they like lost a bunch of their files or something like that, and they had to like go back and restart from scratch? Which, like, we can blame COVID for that, but I think that was like straight up on them. I've never heard of this. Yeah, they got stuck. It was chat, was it Inazuma? Or was it like, I feel like it was around then. It may have been prior to the release of Inazuma. I don't remember though. Or maybe it was after, because I don't think I was playing at that point. Endless Ayaka, yeah. To be fair, no one expected COVID. Right. The thing I'm trying to point out is not that no one expected it. Because if no one expected it, you would expect that to, like, affect things somewhat evenly, right? Like, oh, everyone got fucked by that. I honest to God, I think some got fucked harder than others. I wonder if it like reset the Nightbot stuff because like this one was also loud. But yeah, like oh, I just realized I didn't have that on. But yeah, no, like that's where like you guys are saying like to be fair, and I'm like, I don't think we need to be fair. I think FGO is actually the one that got it basically got fucked the hardest, right? That's what I'm trying to say in this. It's not that, oh well, but CAD, think of the other gotcha games. I'm like, no, I think FGO had it the worst of them. I think the other gotcha games should instead think of FGO in this circumstance. Google doesn't bring anything up for what? For the COVID thing? It was definitely a thing. I think FGO does it to themselves by massively limiting their dev pool. Yeah, like again, like we don't know, right? We don't know because FGO doesn't ever really talk about this. Like in Genshin's case, we knew because they mentioned something about it. And I think like part of that was kind of because they had to, because there was that expectation. And like when they didn't deliver, people were like, what the heck? So they had to kind of like come out and say it. But I think like in FGO's case, they just apologize and move on, but don't really talk about anything. Like they just go like, hey, sorry, we couldn't make it. It is what it is. Like, and I think that's kind of like Japanese company mentality, is like tell the people what they need to know, but not necessarily what they want. Like, hey, we kind of got to like keep our lips sealed on this one. But they were affected equally as bad. I mean, I'm still gonna say, JC, you haven't actually like given me anything that I've seen. You've just said the content was less. So I like at that point, if you can't like point to a singular event of where like they really hardly got fucked, I don't see how it's as bad as FGO. Because I think everyone's content was somewhat affected. When the Chinese game dev population is greater than the JP population? What do you mean? Like there's more Chinese developers? Like, I mean, that may be the case. I don't know, right? I think just by sheer population numbers of China, I feel like that's probably true. Happy to Merlin for 10th Annie. Maybe. The biggest problem about COVID was the lockdowns didn't last only a month, maybe two. Wait, the biggest problem about COVID was the lockdowns didn't last only a month, maybe two? I mean, I'd rather not get into like debating COVID, but I think largely in the end, the lockdowns were kind of a bad idea because it drastically hurt the economy. And I'm not sure it really had any benefit other than maybe like, you know, like obviously I think like the nursing homes and like the elderly and people that had more of a like predisposition to be negatively impacted by COVID. And when I say negatively impacted, I mean like a chance to die from it, right? I think they were the ones that needed to be protected more than anything else. And that like the entire rest of the population didn't need to lock itself down. I think that was just largely a mistake. Oh, was traveling more than ever? Yeah, like some people had to pull like double time during COVID. It was wild. But yeah, it's like I don't really want to get like mired into like COVID conversation. I felt like at least I should like probably give you guys my 2 cents on it, but that's just so you guys know where I stand. Yeah, I mean, I wish I could go back to work from home. I think that's another like one of those hot button issues for people is like why people have to go back into the office to work. And I actually kind of understand both sides. I absolutely agree with people that like it sucks having to commute. It sucks having to like go into work every day. And to some degree, like for me, I'm actually more productive when I'm not at work than when I'm at work because I get people that like come bother me and like ask me to do stuff for them. and I end up like having my time diverted in so many ways. But then on the flip side, I also understand like the employer side of it of like, hey, you know, like what's the point in having the office building if people aren't going to like come into work? How do you oversee your employees and make sure they're actually doing their job? How do you actually like manage to overcome all of the like remote work issues and stuff like that? So I do get it. I understand why both sides want what they want. I also think like, just to be fair, the way it always has been done is probably the better way to do it. Though I do think as you look towards the future, I think more like remote work should be a thing, in the sense of like, I think COVID taught people a lot about like what was possible, and whether or not like it should be applied, I think is definitely a subject for debate. Okay, so like there's an actual example. That's what I was asking for, is like, give me something concrete, JC. But I think that also kind of depends on like what you consider an event, because I know games use that term really loosely. And it's like you'll see like some tchotchke little like campaign that nobody has to do anything for is considered a quote unquote event. So do they mean like an actual event, or do they mean like, you know, a campaign? Starbucks, yeah. I mean, I could kind of see how like food workers are considered essential, right? Genshin events versus FGO events are very different, right? You farm the free to play character out. Okay. We had to fire her, dude. That's wild. It kills me because, like I said, we have somebody in our office that very frequently, like, I at this point, I practically consider them a part-time employee, because they never freaking do anything, and it's like, it tilts me a little bit, because I basically get more work fostered on me because of this person, whereas if we actually had a sorry, I saw a tweet right there on the side, and like it mentally distracted me. What was I saying, Jan? Like 8 months? No, that's way longer. I think it was like 3 months. I'm also more likely to finish my reports in time if I'm not disturbed. Yeah, I'm very much the same way. Like, being alone actually helps me. And I would get like DMs from people, but there's only like so much you can help them with when it's like via DM. And I'm like, thank God they can't come bother me. Because, chat, y'all know how it is. I assume y'all know how it is. When you're a productive, functional individual, and you get people that'll come up and they'll ask you the most like inane, dumbass comment, and like you're sitting there and you're like, you know the answer to this, why are you asking me this? But it's like they second guess themselves, and they come and ask you anyways. And like that's the type of crap I get like inundated with all day. Cuz you get people that are like they're almost helpless. But if you weren't there, they wouldn't ask you and they would just do it. And so it's like it tilts me. Cuz I'm like, come on. Like I actually I get sarcastic with some people like that sometimes because I'm just like, holy crap. You know. You shouldn't have to ask me. People bothering about shit me about shit distracts me? Yeah. Back into the office on hybrid. I'm gonna be honest with you, Koji. I'm surprised that that's like just now a thing that's happening. Most places were having that discussion like 2 years ago. I train people, so I deal with that all day. Yeah, like and it's different. Like when I know the person's new, I'll help them and I'll answer the questions. But like, chat, I get some, and it's like this is like a 60-year-old lady that's been working at our firm for longer than I have, and she'll come to me and she'll ask me questions, and I'm like if it's an accounting question, sure, I'll answer that. But like, she'll ask me general procedure questions, and I'm like, you've been doing this longer than I have. You're more specialized in this than I have. You taught me some of this, and you're asking me this question. And I'm like, huh? Like, I get that stuff, and I'm just like, it tilts me. Okay, let's go look at the CQ. I need to like actually lay eyes on this. Obviously, I can see what the classes are. An Avenger here is probably decent, at least just for the neutrality, but okay, so this is Angry Mango and Karen. The very easy one? I thought chat was saying this one was like not 3 turnable. Okay, so evil alignment's who you want. Because the evil alignment gets extra damage boost. Oh, I got you, Koji. That makes sense. Even with frontline only, I 3-turned it with Hoku. Wow, SMH. Chance to inflict evil trait status onto the attacker. Wait. So you can what? You could just purposely give yourself evil trait by attacking Angry Mango? Okay. Oh. But if you AoE, it cancels it out because the other one applies good trait. I see what's going on. Was the Hoku 120? You're damn skippy. Knowing Avalon. Okay, the last break bar effect is actually the nasty one on Karen. Because she can NP seal you if you're good. So, yeah, that's basically what I was thinking, Avalon. But, like, if you're both good and evil, will she still NP seal you? Or is it like she's only going to NP seal somebody that is just good? Just focused anger, basically. I mean, wouldn't the NP still count as a hit, though? Or is it specifically just like non-noble phantasm attacks? Yeah, because like the only thing that's worrisome about this to me is that I'll probably kill Angra before I kill her. that's the only thing I'm worried about. What am I doing? There we go. I was like, man, I'm just scrolling right through here. I don't think I change anything else. I think I just go. Kat, have you ever played the Digimon games? No, I have not. Honestly, I've been more into Pokemon now as an adult than I ever was as a kid. Because where I first encountered Pokemon as a kid was like back in grade school when the trading card game first came over to like the States. I say like when it first came over, when it got popular. It may have been over here for a while. And I remember like a dude in my class like trying to like get us all into it and trying to like get us to like help him sell cards. And so I remember like kind of doing that, and then like I got out of it for whatever reason. I think like my parents maybe discouraged it or something, which was, God, that was probably really smart of them. So like I never really got into like the show or any of the games or anything like that. And now as like an adult, because it's become such a like popular craze even amongst adults to do, I've like kind of gotten back into it, but not in the sense of like heavy hardcore. Just I've played some of the like newer Pokemon games, and they've generally been enjoyable. But yeah, it's like Digimon. I don't think I've ever really like had a foray into Digimon at all. Like at this point, I probably know more about like Yu-Gi-Oh than I do Digimon. I see. Just announced a new Digimon game story. Oh, or story game. Yeah, interesting. So like, how does Digimon work, chat? Is it like Pokemon where like there's an anime and the like protagonist has been around for literally forever? No? Okay. That's definitely not good for refund. I may have to plug suit for Oberon here real fast. New Digimon group every generation. I mean, isn't that kind of how... Oh, you mean like in the show? Did have a character who appeared mid-season that came from the games, apparently? Okay. Yeah, see, like, I'm worried she's just... Oh, thank God he's got guts. Okay, never mind. Never mind. We won't just instantaneously kill him. Ah, yes, damage reflection. Well, this could get spicy. Yeah, God, if I got anything other than that Buster card from Musashi, and still, this is like the worst possible card draw. What the actual crap, game? Yeah, I think we plug suit this, but this is spicy meatball level because I'm 2% shy. I'm at 57. I need the 59 in order to be able to use both of these, and then that would still leave me with a 50%. But now this is going to be extra spicy. So let's see. 2 sports will die now anyway. Oh, come on! Don't tell me that. Wait, what? Oh God! No, you know what? Screw it. Let's restart. I completely messed that up. I got distracted reading chat and then did the thing that I said I wasn't going to do. Okay. Let's start this again. But yeah, like, I mean, that's fine, but I still, with just Castoria charge, did not have enough refund there to get the job done. And not because, like, Musashi's a bad refunder, really, but because this is 2 enemy and I didn't get any good cards. So that was just a crud draw for me. Like, now I have an actual, like, Brave Chain if I wanted it. Yeah, and I think we go with the quick card here instead. Digimon is more like Pokemon with branch evolutions and more lutish mons. Yeah, that I know about because like the one I'm aware of is what is it? Is it Ange Woman chat? Like the hot blonde Digimon woman. What can I say? Like I know precisely 2 Digimon. I know Ange Woman and I know Agumon. We stand Lilithmon. Listen, you can stand Lilithmon all you want. I'm not going to take anything away from you in that regard. All right, so chat, you're saying he's going to reflect it all back and I'm going to die. Yeah, I'm just like I kind of got to rotate anyways. Because I'm sitting here and I'm like, well, if I don't, then I don't have enough charge even to loop. So like this is just a bad draw no matter what I do. I probably should have set this up better. Rotate my Summer Ibuki out. I mean, I guess that's a play, but that'd take longer than 3. How many invuln stacks? Just the one. Like, everybody's got one, but Musashi's the only one that has both evasion and a guts. Okay, chat. I'm not understanding what the actual mechanic is here. Why are they gonna die? Because I know he does damage reflect, but that should get blocked, shouldn't it? It doesn't. Wait, really? Huh. Yeah, I definitely remember that this is the example of like where Mango's actually at his strongest, and that everyone was like, why didn't they make Mango this way? Because like this variant of Mango is just way, way, way stronger than the one you get, but actually this is kind of ironic because I think you could probably buff strip him of that, but well, I do have both of our arts cards, so let's just go ahead and go for it. So wait, hold on then. I'm still good to hit him though. Like, because if I hit Angel, I'm gonna get plugs or not plug suited. I'm gonna get NP sealed. So probably gonna swap that. There's really nothing else I can use from Oberon's kit. It's such a waste of Oberon. Um. One defensive buff when attacking during normal attacks. That is grayed out though. So that should not be a thing. And that's a 3 turns. The only thing I don't know is if that's going to get reapplied. Okay, no, that was an effect of the break bar. So we're good. Go ahead and do that. Get rid of that. And send it. And then it should kill the one Castoria and Oberon, but I should have other Castoria rotate back in. Is Herc like guts? Yeah. Spicy damage. Oh, great. I'm just dead. Because it removed all of her defensive buffs. Yup. Told you don't hit the mango? Yeah, I feel like I've been debated by chat because chat keeps going, oh, it's easy, and then like I have not actually set up for this. This is not as easy as just double Castoria Musashi, chat. I actually agree with the people that are saying this one's kind of a pain. I think people oversimplified this one. So let's set it up a little bit more elaborately. Well, I mean, the other option is I could hit Angel, but then I don't break his bar. How many guts does he have? 5. Yeah, fuck that. I don't see myself doing it with that. And the real problem is Musashi's actually not the best option here, just from the standpoint of like her refund is getting kind of gimped unless I get the cards. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm thinking. I don't think I have MLB of the Berserker Grail on this one, though. I think I've only gotten like a couple of it. Oh, I do have MLB of it. Hmm. Damage is not the issue here. I mean, it kind of is. But it kind of is on Angra. Wait, hold on. If he's got 5 guts, how did you 3-turn it anyways? I... Avalon. Come on. Like... So you stacked out your kit perfectly for the fight, and then you said it's an easy 3-turn, and you didn't mention any of this. Like, I'm more pointing out that you called this that easy, right? Like, don't get me wrong. I think like this sort of thing, like, yeah, if you perfectly kit out for it, it can be easy. But that's the thing, is like you have to actually do something like that. There's no like gaslight. That's what it feels like. Okay, yeah. I mean, I can give her the overcharge C's. That'll at least help with one of them. Where is my demonic Bodhisattva? Okay, there we go. Yeah, I mean, I think it's literally going to go take me doing a similar thing here with command codes for this to have the equal effect. Because I don't see how you can 3-turn it without that. Ah, there we go. Yourself. I'd rather not put the burn ones on her. I could have sworn we had like some burn and some curse ones. Okay, there we go. Grit filter. Um Probably rather not that, but I'd probably rather not do that. We'll do that. If I have to, that's what like I'll just have to heal it by 300, but I hope not to. Yeah, I mean, the problem is my refund's gonna be crap if I do that Avalon. Like, I don't know that that'll work either. Like, the issue that this has is Musashi against two enemies is kind of rough because it's highly card dependent. She doesn't have any charge baked into her kit. You need one arts card, bro. Like, literally, the past two attempts, I have not gotten an arts card on turn one. Maybe we get lucky here, but and I rest my case. As 3 out of 3 Castoria cards. Remember, this was me with frontline only? Yeah, but literally, it's a 120 Hokusai with charge. And I assume you did sit there and fish for the cards, or you just got lucky on the first run. If you use plug, you shouldn't care. I think my refund here is still going to be crap. Okay, let's see. See how much it does with the 1. So we still break both bars. Bro, they need to give Angra like hurt guts. And it still wouldn't make him that good. Should have popped that turn 1. The invuln's immediately going to get removed upon attacking, though. In fact, it's going to remove the invuln and the solemn defense. No, sorry, it'll remove the invuln and the dodge. Oh, true. Yeah, I mean, now why didn't it remove the invuln that time? Huh? Wait, what? Musashi Berserker cannot do this. Not with Black Grail. I have to switch over to the normal Grail. Because the damage reflection bypasses everything, and Black Grail's going to trigger after my turn ends, thereby killing me because the guts pops me up. Try stunning one turn? I mean, he's already stunned this turn. Stun will not work here. Toggle would be sad at the words? I mean, it is what it is. Can you use the Berserker one? That's what I'm gonna go do. Because, like, that's the only potential solution at this point. Like, this isn't a level 100 C either. I could level 100 it, but I'd prefer not to have to. Because I don't see myself using this craft essence very often. I mean, actually, I should probably be using the other Castoria first, but it just... At this point, I'm not even thinking straight anymore. Okay, arts card. Yeah, it's so stupid. That means the order of operations there was such that the Black Grail killed me before that additional effect. That is so asinine. Yeah, see, there's 3 left here. I can pre-card him, NP him, and postcard him, but he still lives. He lives with 1 HP. So he would die. He would die from the dot tick at the end of the 3rd turn. After his turn. Well, full send it, I guess. I As long as someone survives, you win. I mean, I have Mash on the back line still. That's not even here, so I win automatically. He cannot kill literally everyone. But he does kill Musashi for that. That is just a stupid one. I'm sorry. Like... I'm equal parts frustrated because I didn't give that one the respect that I should have. And frankly, I blame chat for that, but I also blame myself. I should not have listened to chat. I should have known better. But I also just... a mechanic that ignores all defenses and just kills you outright is just stupid. Always will be. Always. So it is what it is. It's a win, but that was an ugly win as far as I'm concerned. It's one of the ugliest wins I've ever had. Told me to use Morgan. I mean, to be fair, I'm not sure Morgan would have gone any better, right? Okay, so that's NA's CQ. Let's see. Do I have JP's? I'm sorry. Apparently, I can't do JP's CQ yet. I thought it was out. I thought because we had the 90 plus plus that we could do it, but I guess it's not till tomorrow. Crud. Well, I guess back to NA. And now we have the point nodes. So this is just take all point bonus. Back to the black gray. Well, actually, I guess we don't do black rail for this. Whee! One off. I think all my 2 stars are Bond 10. Yes, they are. So let's go look at the 1 stars then. The Bunyan and Arash have Bond Grails, but she is still somehow not Bond 10. I'm actually surprised by that. She's actually still got quite a bit of room. Let's get you out of there. And go like that. Okay. So I don't remember if I can enhance the points from this. I think I can though. I don't think these things drop anything other than points. Like points and just actual like normal essential materials. The first ever run, I just command spells, but I knew I could run it again, right? And got it right. Yeah, I usually try not to like use command spells unless it's like my JP account, then I just don't care. Like, if a fight's giving me too much trouble on my JP account, because I can't read what the mechanics are a lot of the times, I will like I'll try to figure it out, but if I can't like actually like pin it down, or it's frustrating enough that like I got so close but still failed, then I just command seal. Don't care. I just basically always tell myself it's like, it's JP. What do I care about that? Like in that regard, because I know it's not like my main account, so I'm just always trying my hardest to get through it. But I'm not gonna like gimp myself, I guess. It's actually probably better if I hold on to the. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. Why am I strategizing this? This is like 20k at most health on these enemies. In fact, let's see. Can I run Bunny in every single one of these? Yep. Yep. Don't see any reason I can't. Okay. Which one? The regular 90? No, these are the actual point nodes. Whee! Wajoom. Use teapot for the last two nodes? Okay, I was gonna say I actually get teapots from this. I don't think I had any teapots, but yeah, I should have some then. Granted, all that's gonna do is bond my Koi and Skya faster. Although, let's see, could I do it without bonding Koyan? Any third 20 support will do, so I could use like Merlin instead. I could use like Merlin and Waver. Wait. Oh, it's a 1 out of 1 battle. Okay. My brain like just noticed that this was still the first battle and like I was like, hold on. I just was not paying attention there. That's not Bricker. Doesn't need to go to sleep. Off topic, but are you streaming Monster Hunter Wilds on release? Yeah, probably. Like right now, big dates for me are I think Friday is Rivals mid-season update. I gotta play at least 10 games of ranked for the new skin. Plus there'll be like changes and stuff that I want to see. And then I want to say it's like next week, right? Because like doesn't Wilds come out on? Oh no, is it the 28th? Is Wilds? We're like a little under 2 weeks away. But yeah, I'll probably be covering that Friday. I mean, FGO pending, right? Like, this is always the issue that I have whenever, like, new stuff happens. I really want to cover it, but then FGO has a tendency to, like, get in the way. I don't know why that is. It just always is. NA's event still has 10 days remaining, so... Oh, yeah, of course. Like... That almost syncs up, like, perfectly. So like this event will end the day before Wilds comes out. Which I don't know, like we'll see. We'll see if we get like Chaldea boys right away. I hope not. Hold on, let me look. Wait, that was Act 2? Oh no, sorry. Clear Act 2. I saw it on Phantom and I was like, what the heck is this asking for? Yep, right back in. Yeah, these are easy. I don't know why I sat on them for so long. I think I sat on them for like the point bonus C's and make sure I had them all, but then I just like never went back and did it. And I don't know why. I'm at Wilds. I mean, I assume Wilds is what we were talking about. A lot of the 5-star Lancers, as many of them really just need one buff to be good again. Actually, so there's an interesting thing if you look at like the actual numbers. So fun fact, right? Like Erish got a really, really nice buff. Like she got an NP interlude and a new super effective modifier. And like low key, Mel still wins. So it wasn't really, I think, until the I think it's the 5th append was the turning point for her, because that let her Black Grail loop, and then Erish finally got to that point. So I want to say most of the Lancers are actually like, that buff would have to be an exorbitantly strong buff to make a unit challenge Mel. And I hate to say it, but most units, again, like I think the only way to actually balance this, given all the capabilities of Melisson, everything that she can do in her kit, the only way to balance this is to make Melisson objectively the worst AoE damage dealer. And I know people don't want to hear that because they like Melisson, but that is like, of the 5 stars, she probably actually should do the least damage. But that's insane when you think about that premise, because of how much damage she already does. Because that means we now have to like take every other Lancer and boost them to such an insane like level that they've never seen before, in order to get her to actually, you know, kind of sink to that point. So I don't really see them doing that, but I do think at this point they probably need to make as many of the Lancers challenge her as possible. Maybe not directly 1-to-1 beat her, but again, we have this issue of like actual like what do you consider competition, chat? Like when the unit deals 100k ish to the unit, or like 50k, or like 20k. Like at what point do you consider the unit to be competitive with another unit? Because Melisson is probably like greater than this for most other units. Like even 100 is not close enough for most of the other units. Melisson's beating most of them by more than that. So I don't know. That's why, like I said, it's kind of a rough position, but the devs have it's their own grave that they've dug with that. Did CAD freeze, or is it just me? What are you talking about? Of course I didn't freeze. Will I need to max bond Ereshkigal, or any servant for that matter, because I want to make her my Grand Lancer when the devs eventually add the Grand system? We don't really know, Sparky, because they haven't said too much about the Grand system. So, like, we don't really know, like, if you need to actually, like, max bond someone, right? Like, I think, wait, so what did they say? Like, Chad, did they have to be bond 10? Was that one of the qualifications? It was like, it was level 100 and bond 10, right? But like, I don't think you're gonna have to take the unit higher than bond 10. No bond mentioned? Was it? I thought it was bond 10 that was mentioned. But okay, so maybe it was the skills. I don't know. Like, either way. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and assume that you don't necessarily have to go to such great lengths. So if you want to like focus on getting her to bond 10, you can. We know they're doing something with the bond Cs in the future, so it'd still be to your benefit. But I'm not sure then at that point that it'd even be required for the whatchamacallit, the actual grand system. None of you are human. I'm not going to bother with the Koinskaya buff there. They mentioned you can equip bond 10Cs. Yeah. But not as a requirement. Well, right. But so then, if the only stated benefit is that you can equip your bond C, while it is not a requirement, I'm going to say it would kind of be dumb to grand anyone that you didn't already have bond 10 on. Until they clarify, right? Oh, there we go. Now I got another. I can probably MLB, but I mean, I guess when we're doing the all point node, there's no real reason to. Ba, na, na, na. What do you know? I want to see buffed as 5-star Romulus. Yeah, I mean, like Romulus's big thing at this point kind of is his damage. Like when Romulus came out, Romulus was the top damage dealer for Lancers pre-Melisum. So like Romulus didn't really get his time in the sun. He was very quickly supplanted, given the fact that where he comes out in the game is LB5. So immediately in LB6, a couple months down the road, Melisum is a thing, and then he doesn't really get all that long to actually like shine. Even being buffed for Lartre would be a crime. That too, but you know, it is what it is. Chat, at this point, I feel like I can't even say that I want my favorite characters buffed because somebody in chat always screams. Like, literally, I think I tweeted about it the other day, and even in the tweet, somebody was like, oh, like, but can you imagine if, like, it was this instead? And like, kind of people just curbing you basically every step of the way. And I'm like, it is what it is. But at this point, I always just take the approach of, while internally and privately, yes, there's absolutely things that I feel like some of my favorite characters should get buffed on. I don't mention it too often because one, it's beating a dead horse on this stream, and two, I know that like not everybody else feels that way. So it is what it is. They will likely unveil the full details of the grand system. Oh no, I think it'll come before 10th Annie. Because like they've basically said at this point that we can expect Ordeal Call 4. I think like they said spring, but then they said possibly not late spring. So I think they're thinking of trying to get Ordeal Call 4 out like, I don't know, sometime in like maybe May, right? So we'll see. But at that point, maybe April even, but we know that has to occur for us to get the grand system first. So we'll see. Was the Boudica setup? Yeah. I mean, like, honestly, it's kind of rough in that regard because a little bit like the things that helped so many other units succeed helped so many other units become redonkulously broken. And you have this weird like lifting, like whenever you get a meta support that like represents a new advancement in like technology for that system. Obviously it's not equal, right? Like, and an example of this is like kind of the Artorias and how like while they work with Koyanskaya, they don't actually work as well as they should because a lot of them actually should be Black Grail loopers, but they can't because of the whole block 50 charge bullshit. So like if this was a split up charge in like two skills, like you'd actually have way more of the Saber Faces being able to Black Grail loop. So they're kind of hurt by that. That is to say, they gain the benefit, but they don't gain as much benefit as they should. And you also see that with other units as well. And it's interesting because I do think a point will probably come where we'll see another advancement, but we also shouldn't expect that to be even. It's the same thing if you go look at like Castoria or Scotty coming out for the first time. Yeah, they helped Arts and Quick quite a bit, but they also didn't like help all the units equally because of refund numbers and hit counts and stuff like that. So what you're saying is buff Koyan? No. After Ordeal Call 4 and before the Part 2 finale. Yeah, I mean, at this point, I'm not expecting Part 2 finale to occur until the end of the year. Like straight up, I think that's when it'll happen. It'll probably be sometime in December, and then we end up with like Part 3 coming out at New Year's. So that's a pretty wide margin. That can be anytime. So who knows? Maybe it is anniversary. Though, in a weird way, I suspect they'll probably want to give people time to quote unquote buy into the system and do stuff for the system, probably well in advance of the actual like release of the final part. So I think that's going to be something that you can probably expect. I'm not going to say like immediately after Ordeal Call 4, but I think probably fast after Ordeal Call 4. Also, like this kept bothering me. I kept glancing over to it, chat, but literally like it looks like the hand is like part of the ear. It's bothering me because it looks like she has like this weird like eldritch hand coming out of her head. Okay. Oh, there's effects in this. Wait, do I have to pay attention to any of these effects, or any of these effects actually... Oh, inflict charm on the servant that last attacked this unit. Okay, that could be annoying. Which one is that? Glistening amber candy. What the heck? Okay, I need to pay attention to that one. Unless the charm is only like one turn, then I guess I could just ignore it. I don't know why I did that. I'm pretty sure I've seen it, but go ahead and send it. I think the earliest we can see part 2 end is the 10th Annie. Oh, 100%. That would be the earliest. Because we know they're doing Ordeal Call 4, and we know they're doing a part 2 finale as separate events. Chat. Like, I don't want to sound doomer, okay? But hear me out on this. When has FGO ever like rapid fired story events? Usually it is at least 3 months. At least. Okay. And that's like the speediest they've really ever done it. So to me, I think they're currently averaging about 8 months. So if we have it early spring, 8 months from there, yeah, that's basically end of the year. I feel like that fits, right? Say if you made Koyan a 70% charger, would that hurt anyone? If you made Koyanskaya a 70% charger, so let's humor that idea. That's a 50% Koyanskaya block charge with 20%. I'm going to assume this is similar to Oberon to the party. Okay. It kind of hurts Oberon a little, at least in the sense of his viability and necessity goes down a little bit. Like the second a second 70% charger exists, Oberon gets hurt by that some. It's just like Oberon... I highly doubt that a new 70% charger would surpass Oberon in damage amplification. Mostly because I think the devs realize at this point that that's a mistake. But who knows, right? Like maybe. Either way, I think it's like, when I say it hurts him, I mean very smallly. Not in the sense of like, oh my god, people would just stop using Oberon in rows. But there is this idea of then you could also combine them with Oberon. So at that point, instead of the maximum potential charge coming from supports being 190, so again, that just for clarification, sorry, not 190, 170. Sorry, no, yeah, because it's a 50% charger and two 70% chargers. Okay, so that would be the maximum potential charge that you can get out of your supports right now in the game, as 190 charge. Normally you guys see me do that little like T-chart thing where I do like, okay, and then blah, 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 blah. And like, so what I'm doing here is I'm doing what I like to call solving for 300. 300% charge is what you need in order to be able to, again, 3-turn, right? So if we can say that 190% of the charge comes from supports, then that means only 110% of the charge needs to come from the unit or accompanying craft essences or mystic codes or things like that, right? So that's actually a shit ton being covered by the support. And this is why you can like brute force so many units in the game. Well, the second that you have another 70% charger in the game, this now gets upgraded. The 150% charge becomes another 70% charge. And you now have a maximum possible combination of 210. Now, it's not going to work exactly like that, depending on how you divide up the charge in the units. But this is the theoretical maximum that you could achieve. And so as a result, then that would leave basically 90% charge being the only amount required from units, which is very easily doable with a normal K-scope and an unlocked depend. This would, in theory, mean that every single unit in the game could 3-turn, no matter what. So, like, even a unit like, say, Fergus that has no charge whatsoever could be brute forced to 3-turn with the setup. Now, the issue at play here is that it's actually highly unlikely that you can fully realize the extra 10% there, because 20% don't work too well in a lot of these systems. So to explain this, if you wanted to go, like, let's say double Oberon, you're probably better off doing it with the 50% charges here, right, like this in the final wave, since they both drain. So that's going to be your third wave. Your second wave right here, what you're probably going to do then at that point is you kind of need to have the Oberons in the party. So let's just go ahead and say you were to do both their 20% charges. But you still need 60% in order to get 100% here if you wanted to brute force it, right? So at that point, okay, well, you can do the other 20% from the other 70% charger and then their 50%, and that works, right? But the issue here is this is actually 110% charge, so it doesn't work clean. So this means that 210% charge means you actually need some way of getting to 100 on turn 1. You can still do that with a maxed out append and a K-scope, but that then requires a maxed out append or an MLB K-scope. But either way, this impact would be that it moves literally 10% off the goalpost and into the player's hands, and that it would allow every single unit in the game to be able to 3-turn. So that would be one potential ramification of such a change, and that's not even considering who it is, that is to say Koyanskaya. If it were Koyanskaya that had it, this would be an exorbitant increase to Buster specific technology. I actually don't think that if they give 70% charge to any of the supports that it should ever go to Koyan. She should actually be the last one to receive it, based purely off the fact that Oberon himself already has plus 50% to Buster that none of the other like card types can benefit from when they use Oberon. So at that point, giving it to Koyan would be the absolute last choice of who I would give it to. I would rather see it on Scotty. I would rather see it on Castoria even. I would rather see it literally anywhere else other than Koyan, because of the fact that Oberon already benefits Buster more. So at that point, assuming we rule that out, who you want to actually be the 70% charger, and chat would not like it, but yeah, somebody already said it, literally give it to like Waver or give it to like Scotty, like OG Scotty or something like that, as a means of like increasing the like viability of those units and making more people bring them to nodes. It would be both better for the game for one of them to get it, as well as better all around for almost all of them to have it. So I think that would be like a good idea in general if they wanted to do that. But we'll see. I'm not sure that the devs necessarily have a plan to bring another 70% charger into the game because of that exact thing that I mentioned. The ability for every single unit in the game to be able to 3-turn is a like insane composition. We can technically already do this with Kuro Summer, but I think at least there's some issues with that, and there is some like node restrictions. So I think that can be a good potential thing, but yeah, I wouldn't necessarily give it to Koyan because of that. Too much work to make Kuro work. Kuro, the issue with Kuro more than anything is that you actually have to sit down and think it out. And it's like, it's not that you can't, it's that I think most people don't want to. Because unfortunately, for better or worse, while some units very similarly do work, not every unit does. And so you have to actually sit down and think about the order of operations and skill like presses and how you're going to use Summer Kuro. And that definitely impacts things. She's not very plug in and go. Yeah, I mean, honestly, to the same extent that like a Qin Gong comp isn't, right? Like some people love running Qin Gong comps, and I think you'll see the same thing with Kuro. It can just be a thing, but I don't think it's for everyone. Yep. Give it to Geronimo. What, just 20% extra charge to Geronimo? I mean, you're right. That would probably have no impact whatsoever. That would be a very small impact on the game's overall balance if you gave 20% charge to Geronimo. It'd be a start. It would be. Like, I'm not saying they can't do something like that. I'm just saying there's not really a huge benefit to doing so. But yeah, I think like that ultimately is the like what if, and that's why I kind of wanted to go into that, because that's something I've thought about myself of like, how would they do another 70% charger and what would it look like? Particularly, I think the thing that weighs on me is not necessarily like how would they do a 70% charger. It's chat. Here, allow me to pose the brain teaser to you. If you had to, how would you design another Oberon-like unit? That is to say, another unit that boosts something. That's the one that keeps me up at night. They should go with 60% charge. 60% would be interesting because, like, how do you do the 60%? Do you do two 30s? Do you do a 30, a 20, and a 10? Do you do a 40, a 10, and a 10? Like, there's a couple ways you could do that. I've also thought about that one too. Multicolor buff, make it quick. So like this is an interesting idea, but okay, so chat, hear me out. Okay, I'm all the way back here. So hear me. What if we make a unit that has Oberon's charge? And it has a quick up. And it boosts the NP gain only of quick cards. That's how I'd do it. Every quick unit is a quick looper. Well, what it would do, and obviously you'd have some quick units that it's like they can already Black Grail loop, so they would become like really cracked off of this. They'd be like a 1-1-1 quick looper without having to brute force charge. But it's at least food for thought of, and hear me out on this, right? You could literally double the amount of NP gain that a quick card receives, and it would still gain less than arts, in theory. Because again, the normal NP gain rate of quick is 100%. Doubling this makes it 200%. Whereas the NP gain rate of an arts card is 300% modifier. So, like, you could, in theory, do that. It would not be actually that broken. And because, especially even if it's like, oh, well, now they're like 100% refunding, and like, Cad, what have you done? They're all able to use Black Grail or something. I'm like, kind of don't care, because like most of the arts units can too. And I think this would only really be broken if it allowed them to actually achieve new ranks of overcharge, and the unit actually had a good damage boosting overcharge that stacked. So it's like, I don't think this would actually be that crazy. There probably would be one or two units, though, that would actually be kind of cracked with it. what would be the perfect unit in FGO? How would the design the perfect servant? What do you mean? It already exists. It's Castoria. At this point, the ones who already could would just do that thing better while enabling the others to do it better. Yeah, and I've talked about this before too. So this is another interesting idea, right? Like, so chat, we talked about triple 70% chargers in the game. Oh my god, that does not look like a 7. Okay, right? And how this now like change things to 210% charge. Do you know who this doesn't help? This doesn't help Melisson, Arcuid, like any of those already like cracked units with the current charge allotments. Adding more charge to the game doesn't help them, because what happens, it's actually the Artoria problem, and it starts to spread. What is the Artoria problem? I'm so glad you asked, oh diligent chatter. So the Artoria problem goes like this. What happens when you have too much charge and you can't use it? You cannot wield it effectively. That is effectively itemization waste or design bloat, if you want to think about it like that. That they don't actually have any way to transform that into actionable damage. It just exists, and there's nothing more that can be done with it. It's overkill in effect, but not overkill in the sense of like actually dealing overkill on a node. Overkill in the sense of you have too much charge and nothing that you can positively use it on. So in a weird way, that's the problem that Artorias face in the Koyanskaya setup. But now you would be spreading that to other units that already just barely hit that cap. In fact, I hate to say it, but we can already actually say that Melisson actually has this same problem. Melisson can't do anything with the fact that she actually has 50% too much charge. And what do I mean? Well, you can do something with it, but only in select circumstances. That is to say, the majority of the time, this is actually somewhat wasted. So to explain this to you guys, here you go. Melisson, turn 1, can start out with her 100% charge. Boom, right there to full. This also makes her mana loading append kind of worthless, so we can chalk that up to actually crap, like wasted stuff, right? So that's turn 1. Turn 2, you're going to double Koyanskaya. Turn 3, you're going to Oberon, and then you're actually going to use her 30% charge. Now, this is another interesting thing. This means that you could have also popped the 30% charge turn 1 because you double Koyanskaya to get this gone. This means that you have 50% bloat right here on the first turn. Now, some of you may be going, okay, but Cad, what if I start her out in her third form? And then I basically don't use this to convert, and I use it to get more damage. It's true, you can do something with that, but it only works in a scenario in which the event has a 50% charge C, or you just start her with one. This means that Black Grail is gone. The reason I use the event as the example is because the event is objectively the best scenario for this. Because if you're just handing her a 50% C and not using Black Grail, you're gimping yourself. But if you can't use a Black Grail because the event is kind of forcing you off of it, but the event has a 50% charge C, then you can actually stack her maxed out append and her 30% charge turn 1 and gain that actionable effect. So this does make her a little bit more versatile, but the second you add any more charge to this mix, that then becomes waste and isn't actually actionable. So as we kind of roll this back and we start thinking about it just from the standard Black Grail perspective, yes, it does actually mean that Melisson in a weird way has 50% too much charge. Put another way, you could actually decrease the amount of charge that Melisson's third skill gives from 100 down to 50, and Melisson would still be a Black Grail looper. So the devs already just designed her this way with too much bloat, right? So the more charge that enters the game, Melisson can't do anything with. She's already kind of hit that 0 point, and she's as perfectly effective in every scenario that she possibly can be. The developers literally can't do anything short of buffing her to get more damage out of her. Yeah. needs mana loading, but her Buster form doesn't, meaning you can switch to other things. Yeah, this is a really interesting conundrum because in a weird way, like it depends on if you actually need the damage turn one, but so hear me out. If you need the damage turn one, starting out with Melisande as like a single target and doing an actual single target NP is a decent idea. If you don't need that, then it's straight up just better to AoE with her 3 turns in a row. Why? Can anyone in chat answer that question? Why is it better to do that? Yeah. So Melisande has a 3-turn stacking overcharge in her AoE form. She doesn't have that in her single target form. So if possible, you just want to AoE every single turn you can because that is just more damage. You just get that ramp up effect. So it's an interesting thing to think about, but it is the truth, right? Like, this is why when people come to me and like, oh my god, Melisande single target form, I normally just don't even talk about Melisande single target form because unless you actually need the damage, you're just straight up better to just AoE the entire time. Like, it's a weird thing in that regard. They made her AoE form too good, in effect. And that is kind of one of the design issues that she has. Which again, it's a problem of the developer's own making. It's a problem to the benefit of the player, though. Like, the player gets to absolutely just use this super cracked unit, and that's why, like, I look at some of these and I'm like, developers, what are you doing? Like, there's times where I think the developers are really smart, and there's times where I look at them and I go like, nah, you let somebody like out of the cage for too long or something. I don't know. Like, you let them cook a little bit too much. Her single target form isn't bad either, which makes it even more wild. Yeah, it's really kind of ridiculous. But so that's what I'm saying. Like, the second you start to do this, the second you start to consider how do we expand these supports, you get some really weird consequences at this point in the game. So I do think that's, at least to some degree, maybe why they're holding off on it a little bit. I think when we start to consider, like, you know, oh, okay, well, what if they do this? What if they do that? For like quick or something like that, then you really start to wonder, like, how do they actually do it and what form does it take? Damn it, I forgot this is the charm one. The cat's lost both 6 and must have everything. No, I mean, like, again, I'm not trying to like sit here and shit specifically on Melisande is just an easy example that I can use of where the developers went too far with the design. And it shows, right? Like, so in that regard, I wonder. I really wonder, like, what it is and how would they plan on doing this without completely upending the current balanced state of the game. Granted, I hate to say it, I don't think the game is very balanced at the moment. I think that is, like, just blatantly obvious to most people. I think the cooldown append was the actual major buff for some units, like Arc getting access to Oberon. Arc could always access Oberon, but you had to do certain things to make that possible. So, yeah, it's really interesting because, ironically enough, who the 5th append benefits the most is Buster. And that makes a lot of sense if you think about why. Because, chat, what does the 5th append do? Well, chat's already jumping to my conclusion, but yes. Yeah, the 5th append, it literally is just a cooldown reduction. And we have an entire system that is predicated on the idea of cooldown reduction. So who is it going to benefit more? You know, a system that doesn't use cooldown reduction at all? Or a system that uses it profusely and everything hinges on it. Yeah, like the fifth append is basically a buster buff, straight up, and it's kind of wild. Though, admittedly, not for every unit. I think this is the same deal. It's like it doesn't apply evenly to everybody. And I've talked about it, like who some of the biggest beneficiaries are. If you guys go back to my analysis of the fifth append, I made an entire video explaining that, and I went down the list and I went through every single unit that it has a major impact for and how. And I talked about it. There's this synergy right there between going from a 5 cooldown skill to a 4. This is actually insane. Because what this does is, with a 5 cooldown skill in like double Koi and Skya setups, this means you can pop the skill on like turns 1 and 2 or turns 2 and 3. Right? Like you have these two eventualities of you can pop the skill in back-to-back turns. So when you have a 4-turn skill, this may not seem that apparent to some of you. But yes, not only does this potentially open up the ability to double pop it in 1 turn, I think the actual greater impact of this is that this opens up the possibility to instead run single Koi and Skya. And then that means you get to run double Oberon instead. So as long as you have the firepower to make it through the first 2 waves, that third wave pops off. That third wave goes hard for damage. So that absolutely starts to reshape some of the damage capabilities of some of the units. And it's why, like I've said, I feel like there's a lot of times where chat goes like, oh, like this unit's stronger than this unit. And I actually like correct them, because I'm running a lot of this stuff through my head a lot of the time. Not sitting here constantly doing calculations, but just like I've seen these numbers now adjusted and everything, and I start to go like, okay, like, no, this is not what I remember. I remember this instead. Anyone with the 7-turn cooldown benefits? Yep, because they go right down to 6, and now they actually work in a Koi and Skya system. Another example of that in a way that doesn't impact charge is actually it's Caster Umu. Caster Umu has the 7-turn Guts skill that has a like 50% attack up on it that she couldn't double up in a Koi and Skya system. But now she can. So that was a direct 50% attack up, like, increase to her damage output. It's almost entirely useless on Mao Nobu. Well, like, how so? Hold on, let me pull it up, because, like, do I not have a fandom page open? Apparently not. Okay, so this right here, 5-turn cooldown. Now, in theory, you could double pop this turn 1, and that would have a major impact. But due to the way charge works, this unit does need a 50% starting charge standpoint. So no, you can't, because you can't use double Koi and Skya buffs turn 1 without wasting charge, and she really doesn't want to do that. Here, this is a 6-turn cooldown, so this lowers this to 5. So this means that you can pop this basically on turn 1 and 2. This means you could have double stacked Sky attribute already by the 2nd turn, which means you can have 100% power mod to Sky already by turn 2. And then skill 3 here is already a 5-turn cooldown. This is the charge skill. You really don't want to double up a charge skill if you can help it, because that not work too well for you. Now, in a weird way, you might be able to actually accelerate this to turn 2, though you kind of could already do that. And the way you would do that is you would rotate for Oberon faster, I think, if memory serves. So let me think about this. She's got to start with a 50% C, right? Then you're going to do 1 Koi and Skya. No, it doesn't work because you basically you need the 4-turn cooldown. So you'd have to wait all the way till turn 3 anyway. So yeah, you can't do that still. So yeah, it only affects the second skill then. I'm not gonna say it's worth less. I'm just gonna say it has a very limited use. But see, like, even stuff like that, that's not necessarily something that I will sit there and, like, commit to memory. Because what I did commit to memory are the units that are actually dramatically impacted by it. So usually, it's like I can't render a judgment right off the top of my head on, is this unit impacted by it? But I can very quickly turn around and look at the skills and go like, oh yeah, no, this actually would have an impact, or it may have an impact, but the impact is not a major one, right? Because I think like she doesn't get more damage out of that so much as she's able to front load it. And while that can have an impact for you, it's not likely to have a major one. Unless the node specifically just calls for it. Draco only has 1 ascension. True! I mean, I guess I can go ahead and pop that, but I'm not sure that'll matter. I guess in some weird 2-wave nodes, but then again, that opens up stuff like Black Rail. I mean, if we're working with a 2-wave node, then you can absolutely double pop stuff, because double popping is just absolutely going to be like nutty in that scenario. Because like we just talked about, oh, hey, if we get 10% more charge, any unit in the game can 3-turn. Well, guess what? Even without that, any unit in the game can 2-turn. So you can absolutely just brute force the charge with like plug suit and stuff and make it viable. And so then at that point, you don't have to worry too much about cooldown restrictions other than like, yeah, if the skill's cooldown is too long and you can't get back to it in time, that can be a thing. But what I mean is like, normally you have so much charge to spare that you're not worried about like what you pop when. You're actually just trying to pop stuff as fast as humanly possible. Sorry, I did that literally just to get access to that card. So that I could do that. You have any events on Florida this year? We'll define events. Because like as far as I don't pay attention to events in Florida. But honestly, like, you know, I mean, everybody keeps bringing up 2-wave nodes. It's almost like NA has a 2-wave node right now. Because they're not that common, unfortunately, for chat. It's very rare that we get a 2-wave node. So it's like, yes, it is nice, but don't expect it to be a common thing. What'd you do for the JP 90++? I threw in my Tonalico at it. And she is carving that thing up even without Black Grail. Without Black Grail or without the Valentine C, which is kind of funny. Or not C, I am using the Valentine C. Without the Valentine's chocolate boost. I don't even remember the next node that's 2-2 after this. I want to say there's like another one, but I don't remember it. Like, ironically enough, I think the far more common eventuality is like a 1-1 node, like 1-1x, right? Where, you know, people don't necessarily like those, but it is something I have seen at least a few times where it's like a 1-1-1 node, and you're sitting there and you're like, how does the node that has only 3 enemies drop more than like the node before it that has like 7 enemies? But it does. They just tweak the drop rates in order for that to work. Screw it. I'll pop a single bronze here to get these 2 done. I said we were going to finish these today, and I want them out of sight, out of mind. The chat said, pop my teapots. My teapotles. This is the Rider, Lancer, Berserker one. This is a 3-wave. Oh, they apparently all get defense on attacking. Oh no, wait, no, that's me. That's funny. Yeah, none of these are very difficult. The charm one actually had the most annoying mechanic. Wait, 20 minutes? What do you mean 20 minutes? The CBC one's 113 here soon. Yeah. Well, wasn't it? Wasn't the CBC node Lancers, chat? Correct me if I'm wrong. Or no, it was Sabers. Yeah. Because I remember that's the one that people were like gloating that they did it with Melisson. And I was like, hold on. One, you're making the case for Melisson actually being too strong. And two, like the entire reason that node doesn't have a lot of health is because of the current state of archers. So it's like, it is what it is. Wave 1 has a 600k HP Nobu, yeah. Yeah, I remember saying, like, that Chaldea Boys feels like it's a Nobu event to me. Like an actual Gouda. It's not, but it kind of is. Oh wait, this is 6 out of 6. Crap. Whoops. "20 minutes after reset, after Santa Altar was available for welfare." Wait, I don't understand, because she's still available for... Huh? Oh, you're saying like years back, like originally. Yeah, I got you. Sorry, I thought they were talking about like JP, and I was like, what do you mean she's there? Like, just buy her. Because Takasugi's a Gouda character. Yep. But it definitely gives me them vibes. You know, I don't have to kill you guys this hard, but I'm going to because you decided to do a 2 out of 2 battle to try and jabate me, but then did 6 enemies in the final wave. You need to pump the most damage in turn 1, pretty much. Like if you're actually taking archers to it, it's not too bad, but like I said, some people wanted to T-pose it on it with Melisson, but I'm like, I mean, I guess you can, but I'm like, I don't know why you would. Like at that point, that's one of the big events that like made me realize that kind of Melisson fans were insufferable. And I don't mean like every single one of you, right? But like when people are like just running Melisson purely just to run it, and then constantly like gloating about it and shoving it down everyone's throat, it's like no one asked. like no one cares. Go ahead, run it. But yeah, that was one of those things where I think that was kind of like my final nail in the coffin for that sort of stuff, where I was just like, oh my god, these people just won't freaking shut up. I don't have any of the welfares for year 5, so I'm super excited that they're coming back. It's a great thing. I think the Evocation Festival, we probably never should have had the Evocation Festival. We probably should have had an actual like main interlude system that allows you to replay old events and like get the story from it, get the rewards from it, and maybe has some sort of cost attached to it. But like, I feel like that's what we should have had. But I'm at least proud that the devs realized that that was too much for them. And so they at least split out the welfares and tried to give us functionally the thing that matters the most. because I do think that the welfare characters are kind of essential in that regard. Like they're very much a good resource to have in your game for newer players, for more free to play players, and you don't want to be seen as becoming like League of Legends that removes its hex tech chests so that people can't play its game free to play, right? Like you don't want to be that scummy. You want to give out things that free to play players or people that are just having bad luck can use to make the game a more fun and pleasing experience. Yeah, it is an accessibility feature. Oh, it won't matter. I'll just go ahead and do that. You may not need, say, Shiki Assassin, but having that option is nice to have. I'm gonna be real with you. To a large degree, Shiki Assassin is arguably like one of the better single target assassins. I don't care about arguments on like the 5 stars and stuff like that and how strong they can be. It's the fact that she's a single target with charge is just really, 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 really nice. They could have a 6-month window between their OG release and put into shop because that they'd have to wait several years. Yeah, I mean, I think like, you know, I think the player, right? Like when we look at things from the player perspective, the player wants everything now. The player wants everything for free. They don't want to have to try to do anything, and they want it just given to them, you know, on a silver platter, right? But this is one of those be careful what you wish for things, because if everything in the game's free, everything in the game's easy, and you don't have to do anything to get anything, then there's really nothing to do in the game, right? Like, so you have to at least have kind of goals for people. You have to put up some barriers to entry. You have to make things take a little bit of time just to literally make the game a game, right? But then there's also the idea of having FOMO. And FOMO is, I think, essential from the developer side. The problem with FOMO, and so chat, if you guys have never heard me talk about FOMO before, or you're just unsure of what the term is, sorry, FOMO is fear of missing out. Okay, so devs like to use FOMO basically to drive player engagement. Okay, to do this, they really need to create some sort of sense of temporalness to items, features, you name it. So that's this idea of a servant having a limited banner and the banner going away. That is an essence of FOMO. So that, you know, if you don't roll the unit now, you're going to have to wait for another banner and you don't know when the next banner will be. On an A we do, but you know. So the idea being, oh no, I better roll now. So they're trying to like increase that pressure because that's going to drive money. Okay. But even if we like take out a gotcha aspect to it, the idea behind having FOMO on a welfare is because they want you to actually play the current event while it's relevant, like as it's coming out, so that their game looks like it's performing good, so that their new event, you know, is the talk of the town and everybody is playing it and doing it, right? They want more people to do it, so they introduce FOMO. So the idea of FOMO in and of itself is not bad. The question is, when does FOMO become too much? Okay. When do you have too much FOMO? That is to say, for me, I think this varies on a like game to game or product to product basis. But I think when we look at FGO, the idea is that FOMO should not be longer than 1 year. As long as it is kept to 1 year or less, FOMO is perfectly fine. The second FOMO gets beyond a year, we start having this conundrum. The conundrum being, okay, at what point are we actually just missing out on more money? Like, by making something take longer to come back, do we risk upsetting the player and them leaving? Do we risk not being able to cash in on multiple players that maybe would be coming or going during that time because we simply didn't run a banner? So it's the idea of once you get beyond this point, FOMO is kind of lost because it's actually beginning to have a negative impact on money. And I think there is a like set point that the developers look at, and I think they know. I think for years they were operating on this idea of like a 2-year FOMO for most units. The problem with this is that I think some of the units got well beyond that. So the examples being Arjuna Alter at like, I want to say like 3 years, and Squirtoria at basically 4 years being gone without a banner. So when you start to look at that, you start to go, somebody within that 4-year period could have easily started the game, played up to end game, gotten burnt out on the game, and quit. And they may very well have been somebody that would have spent money and rolled on Castoria. So not running a banner for 4 years simply cost them money. It did not make them more. There's a point of diminishing returns. So you can argue like as the time goes on, the FOMO, it's going to like keep rising, right? You're going to keep making more money off of it. However, there's a point where it's going to begin to even out. It's actually going to begin to go down. So you want to hit right in the middle of the bell curve, because as time continues to move this way, you're going to continue to lose more money the longer you wait. So the ideal to me is about 1 year, because I think after that, you really run the risk of a player like having picked up the game and leaving the game simultaneously. I think when it comes to welfares, and we start to look at the actual events, like how long is FOMO? The devs can set it at whatever long, like whatever distance they want, but I do think a year is still fair in that sort of circumstances as well. I think you should not have somebody have to wait longer than a year for an event that they maybe like through no fault of their own missed, right? Like maybe real life got in the way and there were just some unfortunate circumstances. But yeah, I think at that point, you take one look at it and you go like, hold on, this really shouldn't be happening, right? Yeah, I think Keo Lancer technically holds the record because she came from a banner before Squirtoria. And I think she got brought back on the same banner as Squirtoria, wasn't it, chat? Something like that. There's a point where people just go, it's not worth waiting. I think 6 months is the sweet spot. I think you can certainly debate that, right? Because I think there's some games that they literally will just give you like, oh, the event ended, boom, now it's added to our main interlude shop, and you can go buy the event like that fast. Now, I think the logic there is that you don't want to miss that, because the second you do, it's going to cost money. But I also think that's fine, right? Like, as long as there is some sort of penalty for it, and the penalty doesn't have to be like prohibitive. It's just something where it's like, oh man, now I got to use this like this currency or something, this thing that I had to get. Like, it is what it is. I have some, but it's like, man, the event cost me. But I think it's better, at least for player engagement and allowing people to complete things on their own time, at their own schedule, at their own pace, rather than kind of hard locking everybody to these points. Did you play day one, Cat? No, I did not. No, I've been playing NA since like October of the launch year. So basically within the first 3 months of the game launching on NA. And very quickly I went to start playing JP. So I've been playing NA now for going on 8 years. No. Definitely been playing NA for 8 years. I think I've been playing JP for 6 or 7. Somewhere in there. I played gotchas where collab characters never got a rerun. What was it, chat? Was it Epic 7? Trying to remember. I may be getting the game wrong here, but there was no, it was chat, what, there was a gotcha game for 7 Deadly Sins, wasn't there? And like I remember hearing that they had a Japanese server and a global server, and a unit that was a welfare on the Japanese server came over to global as a 5-star. And I remember hearing that and I was like, oh boy, that's fucking bad. Like, that is really bad. I played it. I don't remember that. Yeah, maybe I'm not getting the right one, but I think it was that one is where that occurred. But I remember hearing a welfare came over to the global server as a 5-star, and I was like, bro, that's fucked. That is so fucked. It was a Meliodas, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. They closed the 2-ish year gap though, which was super annoying. Yeah, I mean, I would love for FGO at least to get closer at this point, because I think like the number one thing for me that really still to this point, I think it's just such a bag of like shit is the spoilers. It's impossible to deal with people on the JP side that can't keep their mouth shut and don't care. Like, and I understand to a degree, like JP people should be allowed to discuss the story and all that stuff. I think that's fine. But I think they do it out in the open, they promote it, they push it on everyone, and they act like, oh, well, they could just avoid it if they don't want to see it. It's like, okay, cool. Like, you're literally trending it in the main hashtag on Twitter, or you're literally upvoting it on Reddit. Like, I don't know how you expect people to avoid it when you're circulating it in all the dominant communities for the game, right? So at that point, I far more sympathize and empathize with the NA crowd rather than anybody on the JP side, because I think it's something that is just hard screwing the NA community. Clairvoyance wise, I'm sure the developers would like us to be closer to reduce that. But I don't know. Obviously I think a lot of people want to keep their clairvoyance. So to me, I definitely appreciate being able to like plan out my roles and adjust accordingly rather than like on JP, right? But yeah, I don't see that the developers are going to do anything to cut down on the spread of spoilers, because I know how I would do it, but the devs don't appear to want to pull the trigger on that for whatever reason. So it is what it is to me. I think moving down to a 1-year gap would be a reasonable goal. It'd be tough. I think that's the real problem. I'm not going to say they can't do it, but I'm going to say it'd be real tough. Twitter's bad about that. Well, like I said, I think the thing that salts me isn't that like somebody goes out to Twitter and talks about spoilers. That people sit there and they like it and they retweet it. Because if you didn't like it, if you didn't retweet it, it wouldn't get pushed. But I again, like I actually think that the majority of engagement with a lot of those posts is actually bots. I really do. Because while I understand some people like it themselves, they have to know that what they're spreading is actual hard story spoilers. Like, for instance, just with the Valentine's event, I saw so many people tweeting about spoilers for like the story or the Valentine scenes. I think the Valentine scenes are maybe a little bit more like, hey, I don't care, because it's like information about the character. But the actual like story to the events and stuff, I'm like, come on, guys. Like don't just hard spoil people on this. And if you don't care about it, because I know we always had this conversation, somebody ends up saying like, oh, you know, like it's not a big deal, right? Like, I think it's fine to yourself not care about getting spoiled. But I think when you don't care about anybody else getting spoiled, you're just the asshole at that point, right? Like, it's one thing to be like, hey, I don't care. It's another thing to be like, now I'm going to go get a megaphone and just shout it from the rooftops for everyone. At that point, you're just being an ass. And to me, unfortunately, for better or worse, that is exactly what like retweeting some of those posts is going to do. I would just like to be 1 year behind. 2 years is a bit much. Yeah, I think there's also I think I can speak for everyone when I say it's like when a hot new unit comes out on JP, people would prefer not to wait 2 years, right? So it's like, man, that's a long time to wait. Some people would rather just have it. Like, I don't mind V-Day scenes, but the event story don't. Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily want to put like a hard and fast rule of like, oh, you could spoil Valentine's Day scenes, right? It's just I'm saying to me that's less big, but I still think it's a good idea if the developers do something at least to try and curb that. But I don't think the developers really can, not within reason. Where do we go now? Has anyone gotten hit with a well just play JP? Oh, I've definitely seen it throughout the years. I haven't seen it very much lately, thankfully. Just don't say anything. I think it can be difficult on certain like lines. Like for instance, like here in stream, right? We talk about a diverse subject matter like across the board. But I think, you know, depending on the stream, some people assume it's okay to spoil because like, oh, well, we're talking about that. So I think like that I understand a little bit more, and it's why I'm a little bit more lenient on that stuff. But there are times where I have to actually hard threaten bans because people just keep doing it. And like I'll literally have like in the title like, hey, no spoilers. We'll have people saying like don't spoil. It'll be pinned in the chat, like, and people will still blurt stuff out. So you're like, why? Man, of time I heard Kamazotz and blocked it out was way too much. Yes. Like I said, Kamazotz was one of the most discussed units. And to a degree, I don't think it was that big of a deal. However, it really kind of was. And I pointed this out to people. When you go through LB7, like I did on JP, I didn't read the story. You never fight Kamazotz. So you can't actually know about Kamazotz. And Chad, I know what you're thinking, but don't you say anything, just in case there is someone in here. So you can't actually know about him. Now, the name in and of itself is not really a spoiler. But you had people that were constantly talking about every aspect of him and why they wanted to see him as a unit. And you're sitting there and you're like, shut the fuck up. Holy shit, people. Like, to me, this is the equivalent of like talking about like major, you know, like part 1 ending spoilers, where it's like, we can talk about it in a way of like, hey guys, do you remember when Romani did the thing? And like, you're going to hear that. And if you haven't done part 1 yet, you're going to be like, what's he talking about? You're not going to know. But meanwhile, everybody else that's done it knows exactly what I'm talking about, right? Like, I can say it in such a way that literally everybody that knows, and everyone that doesn't know might perk up, but they don't know. Like, they're not going to get spoiled by it. Don't talk about the story chapter for a while, just to be sure. Yeah. And like, that's, I don't think it's that big of a deal. I don't think it's that hard. Like, it's not like I have to really try that much to not spoil people. Then I people who read the JP stuff then blurt it out. Yeah. And that's how I deal with it. Like I said, some people don't want to hear that, but frankly speaking, the real problem for this and where spoilers actually became a huge issue was when people started, like actively promoting the machine translation and stuff. If we didn't have that, we don't have the spoiler problem anymore. It's not that the spoilers don't exist, it's that you actually have to go look them up. Whereas right now, it's very low-hanging fruit because it's in-game for some people, and they just take pictures of it and post it straight to Twitter. And it's like, well, you can't do that very easily if it's not in English. So to me, it made spoilers far more rampant. It made things way worse. And frankly speaking, it is a third-party app that really probably shouldn't be used with the game. So I think they do actually have legal grounds to go after them, but the devs have never done so. So I think the devs don't want to rock the boat. I don't really blame them in that regard. And I also understand that some people really do like having it. But the problem is, we're at this point of, I don't think the vast majority of the people that use it can be trusted with it. And it's unfortunate. Not only that, but a lot was incorrect. Yeah, that happens a ton. But that's what I'm saying. It's like, I think, unfortunately, for better or worse, it's probably better for the developers to try and curb that, because I think whatever damage they think they would cause with the community by doing something against it is a drop in the bucket compared to how much damage has been done from the spoiler people. That is unfortunate, but I think it is the truth. I think almost every NA player that is active in the community has been spoiled. Every NA player has been spoiled. That is an insurmountable amount of damage. It's still the same issue as it has to be fed into the game. People screenshotted it to post to. Yeah, I mean, like, I remember the way a lot of JP translations used to be done is they were posted to a subreddit, and if people wanted to go read, they would go over there and read, and they would go over there and discuss. But therefore, it was in its own secluded little cubby over there. It was active, and people liked it, but it wasn't all in your face. And therefore, it was a very avoidable thing, and there was a nice avenue to discuss the actual story there at that point, rather than like, hey, let's all go out and spread it all over social media constantly. And unfortunately, for better or worse, I think that's something that Twitter is really bad at. Twitter is a magnification type of social media, not a forum and metered way of dealing with things. So as a result, you can't really avoid things because things get thrust upon you on Twitter. You could, but you'd basically have to be like, okay, well, I'm now going to ban the FGO hashtag from myself. I don't want to see anything FGO these times. And the problem is, in order to do that, you'd have to almost be you'd have to preempt it. You'd have to log in the day before any of the stuff is coming out, do it then, and then when you get on the next day when all the spoilers abound, you're not going to see any of it. But if you wait literally until it's already a thing, congratulations, you're going to get spoiled. Literally, just clicking over into Twitter, trying to go to your settings, you'll the very first post on your timeline is probably going to be something. You're the kind of post that just post a screenshot, which might not be translated, but then blurt out the spoilers in the text above. Yeah, I've seen that too. So I can enjoy it when it comes out. Yeah. And not all the spoilers have the hashtag. True. Yeah. Twitter will recommend you posts that it knows are relevant because the word's getting used, even though it's not a hashtag. The best is when they just type hashtag spoilers and just post the whole thing. I think I'd at least have respect for someone that goes hashtag spoilers
and then like down here writes it, right? But what I normally see is and then hashtag spoilers. And it's like, okay, cool. I'm so glad that I already read the first 2 lines of this on accident. But yeah, and as we've mentioned before, like some people do like, oh, hashtag spoilers and then hashtag FGO. Well, when you do this, guess what? The game, like the Twitter algorithm doesn't go, wait, this is a spoiler. It needs its own category. Let's not put it in the main thing. Instead, Twitter goes like, wait, you have decided to also put FGO in here. So who cares that the spoiler tag is in here? We're also putting it in FGO. And it becomes a major issue when bigger people do this. And I have had to like mute some people on Twitter because of it. In fact, I actually just muted someone today, and I haven't muted someone in a real long time on Twitter. But I finally, the person was posting spoilers for Valentine's Day for the event, right? And I literally was like, okay, I've seen this person pop up numerous times. I click onto their page. I go look at all their posts. All of their posts are spoilers. Nothing is ever not a spoiler, other than occasionally they like retweet stuff, right? So I was like, all right, no, I'm good. I'm like, I never need to see this person's input on anything. They're just constantly spoiling. So I just muted them. Like, it is what it is. Congratulations. Now, because of that, that person doesn't get the engagement because they don't even show up on my feed. So they're actually, like, in effect, going to get shadow banned by everybody that does mute them. So stay off Twitter till I get caught up. Got it. I doubt I'll remember anyways. You're usually good with me, but I can't vouch for anyone else. And if you start to like my tweets, you're going to start to see probably other FGO stuff. So it is what it is. Most of the main story has been mostly unspoiled for me. The only big one for me now is how God Juna came into being. I mean, honestly, I think you're fine in that regard. That's actually not that big of a spoiler. So, like, I'm not saying that to like gaslight you. I'm literally saying that in the sense of it's just like one of the early parts of the story. So I think you're fine. I just feel fortunate that I was not involved in the community until I got to Lost Belt 2. Yeah, I mean, it sucks though, right? Like we shouldn't have a community where people are like, man, I'm so glad I wasn't part of the community until this point. Or like, man, I'm having to mute people in the community. Like, that's generally a bad sign. And that's what I'm saying. For better or worse, regardless of the state of the game, and I think the game is doing fine, chat. I want to say this. I'm not doomer on the game. But I think the community has only gotten worse over the years as some of the original people from the community, I think that were positive forces to some extent, are gone. And what's left are people just hot taking and you know, like basically like rage baiting with engagement and stuff like that. And like, it's not good. I don't think it's a good thing long term for the community to like be in this state. I don't think it's going to result in a positive experience for new people that come in. And I don't think it's going to be good long term. It's definitely something I'm worried about. Because, like, for instance, the FGO community on Twitch used to be way more robust. Now, at this point, I'm like one of the last bastions on Twitch. So I think there's numerous reasons for that. But I think, yeah, it's just not a good situation or predicament to be in. Game's fine, community is questionable. Yeah. And it's not all bad. Like, there's definitely great people in this community. And I still think, like, that's what I always cling to when I find myself getting angry at the community, is I start thinking about, like, the good people in the community. But it definitely gets on my nerves. And so I know if it gets on my nerves, it's got to get on other people's nerves, too. In the spoiler channel, or if we discuss things when they come over to NA. Yeah. Engagement bait is the only way people know how to stay relevant. Yeah, and unfortunately, like I've said before, I think that's a problem just in general with the algorithm. Like algorithms kind of promote that sort of behavior. Now, that being said, I'm not sure that you can necessarily like do anything about that. Wombat Thank you for the 8 months. Appreciate it. Hope you're having a good one tonight, bud. But yeah, I wish it was better, right? Like I wish we didn't have to have certain things be the way that they are. But it is what it is. It's not like you can like tell people like, oh hey, you know, like you're just some rage bait asshole, like get out of the community. You could tell them that, but they don't have to go. Like they could just stay. And then even if they did, all they would be like is they'd be like, "Oh man, the FGO community is so trash." Like they didn't put up with me. And it's like, okay. So I don't think there's any good that comes from anything like that. And that's why, like, in general, I try to just be a positive influence as much as I can be. I'm not perfect. I know I'm not. I know I complain, and I definitely go on my rants as well. But like, I just always try to like instead focus on like, hey, you know, like again, I'm not going to sit here and call most units trash. I'm going to instead tell you how to use them and how to like get the most out of them. The times that I don't are times that like I truly can't. Like for instance, another example that kind of gets brought up a lot is like Keisuke. I can't really give you guys good compositions to run for Keisuke. Why? There really aren't any. Like any composition that you can throw Keisuke in, there's just kind of a better composition that you could run. So, and it's not like it's a like, oh man, but you know, like I'm a free-to-play player, CAD, so I need a lesser composition. Keisuke's not a free-to-play unit. And frankly, you can form better compositions with free-to-play units. So it's why I'm kind of just like, yeah, there are certain units in the game that I have a hard time stumping for, but that's very rare. And most of the time, I'd like to think I do a decent job of stumping for the unit, but we'll see, right? It's not, honestly, it's not like my videos have been getting a lot of views on YouTube in that regard, so that's probably something that I need to look at instead. Because like, if anything, viewership on my videos has gone down over time. But like I said, I think part of that is part of that's on me. Like me just making like bad mistakes with how I handled the content, as well as like again, like doing live streams on the main channel and stuff, as well as yeah, I think to a degree like I can do better. I can be faster about getting the videos out and stuff. So I think like I look at that sort of stuff and it's difficult to blame other people for that sort of thing where it's like, oh, your video isn't performing as well. It's the world that's wrong. They don't appreciate my genius. No, I just look at that and I go like, damn, I fucked up. I could have done better. That's basically how I choose to look at it. Keisuke just doesn't stand out right now, and even free-to-play units might work better, yeah. I think that a lot of FGO content creators jumped ship back in 2020 to Genshin. And nowadays, most content creators in all gacha games just live off drama and post videos on how this gacha game is so much better than the last one. They played with a random pug face for the thumbnail. Yeah, dude, so this is literally why I don't want to become a gacha tuber in any way, shape, or form. Like I don't mind playing FGO, but I don't want to be that guy that's playing like 5 gacha games and like making videos like circle jerking all the drama from all of them. It just sounds miserable to me. Like I want to enjoy my time playing video games, right? Like I just want to have fun. And I feel like if I were doing that, I would hate myself. I would hate who I would be at that point. Hey, what's up, 4? Long time no see, bud. How you been? I just got bored of other gachas and just stick with FGO. Yeah, I mean, I think like the only thing that keeps me playing FGO is the fact that it's Fate and the fact that I love the characters, right? And always will. I think like to me, there is something that when I go play another gacha game, it immediately feels hollow to me. I immediately feel like the characters were not developed for any other reason other than to get the money out of you. Like, I can look at this, and this is absolutely a character that got the money out of me. But this is not a character necessarily designed to get the money out of me. This is a character that is literally like, hey, what if we took this character that we already had established and twisted it How would that look? How would that be? How would that change their personality? And you know what? On top of that, we're also going to write an elaborate backstory for them. We're going to give them an entire new set of like reasons for doing the things that they're doing. That's what FGO does. And that's what I love. Like, FGO goes that extra mile to really developing the character, which is wild because FGO doesn't have to, because so many of the characters are based off history or mythology. And then at that point, you know that you could actually sit there and like fill in all the gaps in the character's design with what actually they're supposed to be like. So it's genius that they've done this, but they don't even do that often. They don't sit there and use that as a crutch and go like, oh yeah, you know, like we're not going to explain about this character. No, they're going to give the character a unique, quirky way of reacting to everything, and they're going to explain that to you. But I think they do a really good job of that. Like, character development in FGO, I think, is second to literally none. Like, what's going on with AFK Arena right now? Yeah, I mean, I don't follow anything with AFK Arena, but I mean, I can say this. FGO has had a ton of issues, but I'll be honest with you guys. So you guys remember, like, at the beginning of every year when I make the, you know, like, here's all the things FGO has to work on. There were some things that FGO has to work on. But if you guys remember, going from the 2023... Going from the 2024 video to the 2025 video, almost everything from 2024 got knocked out. That's good. That's really freaking good. That's about all I can ask for from a developer, is that they address literally all of the issues that we have. So, like, the fact that they pretty much erased, like, I think I had, what is it, chat, like 12 items on the list for each video, and they erased like 10 of them. They got rid of so many of them. So it's like I had to come up with new things, which, okay, now I know people are probably sitting there thinking like, oh wait, Mr. Streamer Man is coming up with new ideas to complain about. Hear me out. Yes, but no, right? Like, yes, because I have to like make a new video, but no in the sense of I'm only going to complain about things that I think are worthy of complaining about. And frankly speaking, if there weren't 12 things, I would just reduce the list and I would not care. Like, oh no, my video doesn't have as many things to complain about. It's not the end of the world for me. I'm not somebody that like gets off on complaining. I think they just haven't done as good lately with FGO designs. I kind of feel the same way, but I always struggle to like put a finger on it and say like this is how. Usually the thing I keep coming back to is like the sexiness of the characters, but I'm not like entirely sold that that's the case, right? I don't know. It's such a difficult thing for me to vocalize. It's proud of being a game that's to be played 10 minutes a day at max on a phone. I dropped every gacha because they had too many reoccurring daily, weekly tasks. Yeah, I think that's a huge issue. And frankly speaking, I'm worried about FGO ever turning into that. Some people want FGO to turn into that. They want FGO to be the perpetual like game that shackles you to it and makes you keep going. I love the fact that FGO respects my time for the most part and allows me to have like dead time and like days where it's like, oh, I can just make some blue apples, or I can just log in, do 3 runs and be done. Like I love that. I think that's great. I think that keeps me sane more than anything. Some don't work, some are great, and that's kind of niche but neat. Yeah, like honestly, you may be onto something there, Ahado. I think kind of what's gone is the experimentation. I really mean that. I really freaking mean that. Because it's not that they're not experimenting at all, but I feel like early FGO had way more diverse designs than we see nowadays. Like nowadays, we're kind of seeing like very like tight designs in the sense of like, I think the devs are kind of stuck in their ways. They kind of know what works, and that's kind of what they're going for the most part. And I think you could actually look at Komachi as an example of that, because she just got her third ascension. Right, so you look at this and you're like, okay, yeah, I mean, there's so much here that's like not seen in another servant, but there's also so much that is. Right? So the first two ascensions that we have. Here's the third ascension that we have. And so it's like there's a lot here, but I also feel like I can notice some aesthetics. Like, for instance, this is similar to Koyanskaya's arrayment behind her, which is on purpose, by the way. Like, Koyanskaya is more of an allusion to this type of design rather than this type of design being an allusion to Koyanskaya. But I do think that's a thing. And it's... To me, this feels like a very safe design. I actually don't feel like they really went over the top with this that much. Like, it looks very pretty, but it's not eye-catching to me anymore. I think part of that is we've kind of been ruined by like all of the other designs that FGO has, in the sense that like for something to be truly eye-catching to us now, it has to be like avant-garde, right? But then if it's avant-garde, maybe people don't like it as much. So there's that risk factor. And so that's why I think, like I said, I think they play it a little bit safe sometimes. And we lose our sanity when a lotto comes out? Yeah, pretty much. Nothing like giving me a choice to spend 15 minutes or 4 hours of my time in FGO is great. Yeah. That's Shikibu? Yeah, to a large degree. Damn shame it'll likely never get an anime adaptation. I think like the way that they've messed up with FGO is that they didn't adapt all of the chapters. Now, chat, I know, okay? Some of you are like, my god, they can't adapt Septum. My god, they can't adapt Okeanos. Yes, they can. And they could have used the anime adaptation to fix some of the issues that people have with it. So I think that could have worked better. Because I think had you started with the initial inception of FGO, you could have literally said, hey, let's go from Fuyuki straight on into the future, do every singularity, and you'd have people like watching it. You could have made it almost an annual thing of just having an anime every freaking year. This would be a lot of money. I also just don't care because the game has absolutely made enough money to finance like 100 different animes at this point. So to me, the issue isn't this. The issue is that basically Sony and Aniplex ate all that money. But you could have done that. And what that would have been is that would have been an insanely good driving force for driving people to the game. If they want to say that the like FGO brand is what really carries the game, I agree with them. However, they're not doing too much to tend to the brand right now. And it's the truth of the matter. I've talked about this before. Like, one of the ways in which I feel like they're really fucking up is with Strange Fake. Because Strange Fake needs to be the new generation's Fate. It needs to pick up some of this like younger Zoomer and like an under group that don't really have any exposure to Fate. And I think this is how you do it, is you get Strange Fake to be a hit anime. Well, Strange Fake is never going to be a hit anime if they release it one episode a year. So I think right now they're fucking up Strange Fake in the sense of we don't know when it's going to launch, and we've already gotten 2 episodes of it. So that's really just odd. I don't want to see Strange Fake episode 2. Literally, I want the anime to start airing. I don't want to see episode 2 before it does. So if they piecemeal us, if they give us 1 episode at a time, that is the objectively worst anime release schedule I have ever seen in my entire life. So I really hope that they do a better job than that. I hope they go the more conventional route and they make it something that is the talk of the season, at least for one season, because that will get people to come check out FGO. Doubly so if they put some blurb about it at like the end credits or something like that. Like, advertise for yourself. At least they aren't doing it like Ubisoft does Assassin's Creed. Well, I think you could do like annual releases for something like this when you're doing like, you know, again, a Singularity, a Lost Belt, you know, like each year, right? But I think that the developers are also somewhat concerned that if they just adapt everything into anime form, then no one will play the game. Ask Marvel how that worked out. Ask Marvel how that worked out. Like, they adapted everything into movie form. Did people stop buying the comics? No. People didn't stop buying the comics because of the movies. People had already stopped buying the comics before the movies. That was already an issue. And if anything, the movies definitely drove more interest into the comics. And if anything, when the movies became stale, the game drove people back to the movies and the comics. So it's almost like the more you promote your brand, the more people engage with your brand. And the more you just repeat it and phone it in or don't do anything, the less people engage with it. People weren't buying the comics well in advance. Exactly. And so it's like, to me, it feels like such a fool's errand not to go, we have the most profitable game of all time right now. And this is like back in like FGO's like third year, right? Like NA had just come online. It's a success commercially. And it's like, you have the game, you have stories getting written about the game that FGO is not only earning $1 billion, it is also, oh, what's that? It's actually like propping up all of Sony's bottom line. So you have a game that is that successful and you're not trying to like full court press it even harder. You're not trying to press while the like get while the getting's good and like, you know, burn that midnight oil. You absolutely should have been. You should have been trying to capitalize on that even harder. The fact that they didn't is like insane to me. They also changed the story from the game, so it wasn't a one-to-one direct adaptation, though. Yeah, I mean, and you could do that with the animes too. Like, you could change it so, like I said, like Septum and Okeanos. Oh, well, the readers in the game have some problems with it. Cool. Give them an anime that addresses some of that and changes the story a little bit more to make it flow better. And then it's not a direct one-to-one, and people will like it more. And that will get your FGO community to watch. And that will get the new people that are watching to go play FGO. It works both ways. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm making it sound way too easy. I understand there's a lot of hard work that goes into stuff like that. They got to find a studio. They got to find people to work on it. And they literally have to spend a shit ton of money. But they should. And I think, like, if anything, if I learn anything from MiHoYo, Genshin, Honkai, and Zenless, if I learn anything from that, I have learned the sheer power of propaganda and full court pressing. Like, that, hey, your game is doing good? Cool. Hire all the cosplayers. Hire all the artists. Go do all the live events. And make it everywhere. Yeah, people are going to get tired about it. People are going to push back against it. But the reward is a much more robust community, frankly, at this point. So it's like I look at that and I go like, man, to a degree, that is what FGO could have been. And I sit there and I'm like, God, these devs have to be kicking themselves internally, at least at some point. I like on some level to think like, fuck. Like our game is super popular, our game is super like able to make money, but they have to look at that and they have to go like, man, we could have done that too. I don't think Sony fully understands the value of FGO. So this is weird. I think Sony does fully understand the value of FGO. I think Aniplex doesn't. I think to Aniplex, this is yet another cash cow entity that they have the rights to and they wish to milk. I look at this as more of an Aniplex issue than a Sony issue. But to be fair, we don't know, right? When Magia Record changed it, left many plot holes, so I found it less enjoyable than the game itself. I think that's ultimately on like the writers and stuff though, right? Like because FGO is not like one-to-one the same rules and lore as Fate Stay Night, right? Like there is a difference here. But I think that's also like the Nasu verse has always been sort of a multiverse. It's always been done that way, where it's like there's multiple timelines. They all can exist simultaneously. They're all canon. They're just canon to themselves. I feel Fate and Dragon Ball have similar issues with franchise handling. Yeah, I think so too. Aniplex is shit at capitalizing on their franchises. Because to Aniplex, capitalizing on your franchises means, yo, bro, what if we sold more merch and we made more money? That's like, to me, this is all Aniplex ever focuses on, is merch. And I'm like, my brother in Christ, you don't have to try hard to sell merch. Just make your IP popular. Like, and then don't get me wrong, you can make merch, right? Like, that's not an issue. But to me, this is like all Aniplex ever focuses on. All. The old Star Wars model. Yeah. And I'm like, I feel like nowadays, do you know who buys merch? I feel like, so if you look at Star Wars, right? Who bought merch for Star Wars? At first was like parents buying it for their kids. But nowadays, I feel like it's not that so much as it's actual like adults that are buying it. And I'm not saying this is like, oh, well, Cad, you've grown up and therefore you're an adult and you're buying it and therefore that's why. No, I'm saying this because that's what I actually see the sales coming from. I'm saying that because I think like toys and stuff like that are down a little bit because I think what is dominant at like the child level nowadays are things like Legos and stuff. So it's like most people are going through the more popular avenues for that sort of thing, the more proven avenues, rather than like, hey, let's come out with a new merchandise to sell to the kiddies. I don't think that's working so much. I think instead you're seeing a lot more enthusiast and hobbyist sales. And I think the same thing is true with anime. I think like who is actually purchasing anime merch are the enthusiasts and the hobbyists. Nah, you're wrong. Nobody's buying Star Wars merch. Yeah, I mean, at least not like the sequel trilogy stuff. I sent Bob a thing today. Apparently Disney's Star Wars Land is changing their current like content strategy, and they're going to start to put like original trilogy and prequel trilogy people in the park, which I'm like, why was this ever the case? Like why did we not have the original and prequel trilogy in? I get that like, hey, we need to promote the sequel trilogy, but that has to be the most harebrained decision I think I've ever heard. And at some point, I know I beat this dead horse all the time, but it sounds like it's a Kathleen Kennedy issue. Like, she's in charge of Star Wars, so she logically had some input on what got put into the park. And I'm like, why? Like the fact that the only Skywalker, and this is going to pain me to say this, the only Skywalker featured in the park is Rey is like the most stupid thing to me ever. Ever. Like, I just don't understand that in the slightest. Yes, like I said, it hurts me to say that. So the fact that they're switching that, honestly, that's good. I hope Disney is finally beginning to like wake up and realize, yeah, it's like I don't think the sequel trilogy's it, guys. I apparently they're also now beginning to use. So I found this funny. They're also beginning to use the idea and terminology of Star Wars having timelines, and I'm like, that's weird. Star Wars never had timelines before. Why is there timelines now? Ah, because you realize the only timeline that makes money is not the timeline that you made. So that's why there's timelines now. So I'm like, dude, I give this like 5 more years and they're eventually gonna they're gonna correct course. They're gonna end up back where we began. Because I think they know, like, all the money is over on that other side, and they're not tapping into it. Sequels are just a lost belt, and she should purge them. It's like I've said, I think they almost, they don't have to get rid of the sequels, but they need to start treating the sequels as a what if. They really do. They really need to start treating it as that. And they need to recanonize the original route, basically the expanded universe. I think if they do that, or they just say, hey, you know what? The expanded universe is recanonized unless we say otherwise. I think if they did that sort of thing, they'd be fine. I think that's the way they should have gone from the get-go. Like, oh yeah, the expanded universe is still canon. Absolutely. We're just going to make some movies, and if the movies contradict that stuff, then, you know, that's the new canon. And that would have been fine. I don't think anyone would have complained. Well, never mind. That's absolutely untrue. People would have complained. It's Star Wars. But I think a lot less people would have complained. I think they would have said, okay, that's an interesting take. The reason that the Star Wars fans are so pissed beyond anything is that they completely decanonized everything that wasn't in a movie. And then they handpicked a couple of extra things to be recanonized. And everyone looked at that and they're like, what? And so, like, again, when you have Kathleen Kennedy sitting there and going like, oh, it's unfair because Marvel has all of these old stories that they can pull from, it is the most like tone deaf and hypocritical comment I've ever seen. Because she was part of the decision to decanonize all of that stuff. So it's like, you're literally complaining about the milk you spilled. And it's like, I don't get it. Like, you did that. You're the reason there aren't other stories to pull from. You got rid of them all. If they want to save face, just allow the Legends brand to continue and have new stuff. I'm gonna be real. Fuck saving face. Chat. Disney can try to save face all at once. It doesn't matter. Because the only people that matter to a brand is not who controls the brand. It's the fans. Because without the fans, the brand is nothing. So if you keep fucking over your fans, if you keep pissing them off, you have no brand. At all. And I think an example of this that I can use is like Star Trek. I think there were a lot of people that got angry at Star Trek and all the like iterations they kept doing of it. It's not that there aren't fans of Star Trek. They love the original versions of things, and it's only been the newer stuff that they've gotten pissed off by, and yet that brand keeps getting mishandled. It's the same thing here, and it's like, unless they want to become another Star Trek, they're going to have to right that ship. So it's like,
I think Disney will eventually realize that, because if I trust one thing, it's from Disney. It's I trust Disney's greed. I trust Disney's desire to make money off of Star Wars, and they're eventually like their CEO, their board is eventually going to ask some person in the know, why is this not working? And they're going to tell them the cold hard truth. They're going to say, because your product is trash. And it's like, I hate to say it, but it's the truth of the matter. It's like, I think people can like the sequel trilogy, but the sequel trilogy has a terrible impact on the actual lore of Star Wars. Let's make Kirk generous, mindless action hero. Kirk had always been the intellectual hero. Honestly, I liked them. Because like seriously, the most exposure I've ever had to Star Trek was those new movies, right? I have seen a couple of like the older shows, but yeah, like that was kind of my real introduction to Star Trek, and I thought they were good. But I can at least understand if a like mega fan of Star Trek is telling me like, no, dude, they're terrible. Like nothing that happened there can even be canonized. It's all like completely flying in the face of the way it's supposed to be. That would be at least my like, well, okay, then it was just an okay movie, but it was a terrible Star Trek experience, if that's the case. And that's, in a weird way, I can actually say that about The Last Jedi, the second movie. The second movie was like, if you go into a movie theater and you watch it, you're going to be like you're going to be like kind of on the edge of your seat and surprised. And you're going to be like, oh, wow, I didn't expect that. Oh, wow, I didn't expect that either. Oh, wow, I didn't expect that. Because that's the entire way that movie's done. It is done in a way to literally like rug pull you. It's designed to supplant your expectations. And that's exactly why they did it. And that's exactly why it's a crap movie. Because you go in and you watch it, and you watch it, and the whole time you're entertained. You're not knowing what's going to happen, and you're like, wow, okay, it's interesting. How's this going to go down? How's that going to happen? Oh, wow. And then you get out of it, and you start to think about what transpired, and you're like, that was terrible. You're like, God, what the hell were they doing? Like, but you don't think about that in the moment. So you watch the movie and you're engrossed, but then you finish it and you're like, I can't believe what I just sat through. Meta commentary towards the audience. It really did. It really felt that way. Okay, chat. I've talked too much. I've gone on my yap session again. We're gonna end stream for tonight. Let me see who all is on. I see a Miss Ivy on, so I'm going to send you guys her way. Again, hope you guys enjoy. And I will be back probably tomorrow. I gotta think about like what we're gonna do tomorrow. I need to record some stuff this week, so I'm probably gonna like sit down and figure out something in that regard. She is playing Revengeance, indeed. Go watch her play the meme game with sombreros and katanas. Anyways, I'll be back tomorrow. Go give Miss Ivy my love, and I will see you guys for the next one. Also, don't forget, check me out on YouTube and Twitter, and join the Discord. Always happy to have you guys. Have a good one.